All around the world, ancient megalithic sites challenge our perception of human history. From Stonehenge to the pyramids of Giza, to the Moai statues of Easter Island and the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico, these sites force us to rethink what our forefathers were capable of, and whether the facts contained in our history books might not tell the whole story of our past. In the middle of the endless expanse of the Pacific Ocean, in Micronesia, there lies a megalithic site as inexplicable and mysterious as any on Earth, a site which has been a breeding ground of legends and secrets for centuries. And yet, despite its status as one of the most enigmatic and unique ancient sites in the world, most people have probably never heard the name Nan Madol. There is perhaps a good reason for this. Micronesian island of Pohnpei is truly in the middle of nowhere. Off its shores to the east lie more than 5,000 miles of open ocean, until you hit California, while to the west, another 2,500 miles of ocean to Manila in the Philippines. The island itself is small and mostly insignificant, a mere 13 miles of inhospitable terrain from end to end, covered in thick jungles and mangrove swamps, with a steep mountain rising in the middle. Yet, despite its remote location and inhospitable terrain, Pohnpei is home to the remains of megalithic architecture on an unparalleled scale in Micronesia. In the shallow waters off its eastern shore stands an unfathomable stone complex, 92 artificial islets built on top of a coral reef over an area a mile long, all linked by an elaborate network of stone-lined canals. These stone canals give the place its name, Nan Madol, which translates to within the intervals. In more modern times, Nan Madol has been given another name, the Venice of the Pacific. It is not hard to see why. Throughout the complex are a series of unbelievable structures made from enormous basalt stones, walls standing as high as 58 feet tall and measuring as much as 17 feet thick, columns and buildings all made from stones which weigh anywhere from 5 to 50 tons, stacked in the manner which one might construct a log cabin. Astonishingly, it has been estimated that over 750,000 tons of stone were used in the site's construction. As David Childress, who conducted several investigations at Nan Madol in the 1980s and 90s, put it, the whole project is of such huge scale that it easily compares with the building of the Great Wall of China and the Great Pyramid of Egypt in sheer amounts of stone and labor used and the gigantic scope of the site. Simply, Nan Madol is, without a doubt, one of the most astonishing megalithic sites anywhere on Earth, and in fact, the only one ever built atop a coral reef. But who could have built such a thing? In modern times, carbon dating conducted on the stone megaliths at the site suggests that Nan Madol's construction began around 1180 AD, leading to the conclusion that Nan Madol was built by the Saudeleur dynasty, which ruled the island of Pohnpei at that time. According to this theory, when the Saudeleur were overthrown in the late 1600s, the site was abandoned, leaving the mysterious ruins which remain to this day. And yet, additional studies done at the site indicate that the earliest settlement there goes back well beyond 1180 AD to the 2nd century BC, or maybe even beyond. Perhaps the mystery of Nan Madol goes many years beyond the Saudeleur dynasty. If Nan Madol was built 1,000 years ago by the Saudeleur dynasty, a simple question arises. How did they do it? Firstly, no stone quarries exist in the immediate vicinity of the site, meaning the enormous basalt stones which make up Nan Madol must have been transported there from elsewhere. But how? The island of Pohnpei is too rugged to get stones across, meaning that whether Nan Madol's builders got the stones from the island or another small island somewhere else in the area, they would have had to float them across the ocean to the site. Initially, Some propose that they could have done this using bamboo rafts, a theory which was quickly invalidated when the sheer weight of the stones used in Nan Madol was considered. In fact, in 1995, a Discovery Channel special on Nan Madol tried using bamboo rafts to float stones weighing 1 to 2 tons, only a fraction of the size of those used in the site's construction, but found the rafts quickly sunk. But say, for the sake of argument, that Nan Madol's builders were able to get the huge basalt stones to the site, whether with rafts or by another unknown method. This still does not explain how the stones were lifted and stacked into buildings and walls and canals by people who did not even have pulleys or levers or other modern technological advancements. Even today, to lift a 50-ton stone is a great undertaking, requiring a powerful crane and an experienced crew. So how could a population hundreds of years in the past without such a crane or even basic instruments of leverage have accomplished it? But again, even though the Saudeleur were able to transport the huge stones to Nan Madol somehow, then lift and place them without pulleys or levers, this still leaves a hole in the explanation. At the time of the Saudeleur dynasty, the population of the entire island of Pohnpei is estimated to have been between 20,000 and 30,000 people, including children and the elderly. Simply, this population doesn't line up with the labor required to complete a project like Nan Madol. The desolate island could barely support the day-to-day lives of its inhabitants, let alone an undertaking like the building of Nan Madol. Some have estimated that given Pohnpei's population and the number of working-age people on the island, Nan Madol's creation would have taken more than 3 centuries. What all of this means is simple. Though scientists believe Nan Madol was built by the Saudeleur dynasty around 800 years ago, they actually have no idea how it was built. To answer that question, we may have to look somewhere else. According to the oral history of the Pohnpeian people, Nan Madol has a very specific origin. It begins with the story of a group of 7 men and 9 women who set out from somewhere across the ocean, looking for a new home, sometime in the distant past. During their journey, they met an octopus spirit who directed them to an unknown island in the Pacific Ocean. But it was a trick, and when they arrived, the island was no bigger than a canoe, nowhere near large enough to settle on. Luckily, the travelers possessed magic powers which allowed them to call the rest of the island above the water. And there, they settled, building a stone altar in the middle and naming the island Pohnpei, which meant upon a stone altar. Over centuries, 5 more groups of settlers would arrive on the island, each bringing secret magical knowledge of how to move mountains, raise reefs, and shape the island, building over time a flourishing civilization. Eventually, a 7th group arrived, bringing the mightiest sorcerers yet, the brothers Olisipa and Olosopa. It was these brothers who built Nan Madol by using their magic powers to fly huge basalt stones through the air as if they were weightless, and stacking them into islets, canals, walls, and buildings. So powerful was their magic that the brothers conquered Pohnpei, founding what came to be known as the Saudeleur dynasty. In some ways, this oral history fills in the story of the island of Pohnpei back to a time before history was written, a tale of conquest, civilization building, and dynastic rule explained through a dramatic myth. But look closer at the story, and specifically, the ability of the brothers Olisipa and Olosopa to levitate huge stones weighing up to 50 tons through the air, using some sort of magic. Some have suggested that this was not magic and that the story was not myth at all, but rather the folk memory of a lost technology. But what type of lost technology could have allowed an ancient people to levitate enormously heavy stones through the air? If you've watched our channel before, you probably already know the answer. It is called acoustic levitation, described as a technique of raising heavy stones by matching the sound frequency of matter, rendering it weightless and moving it into place. Consider the ancient megalithic sites around the world built from huge stones which would seemingly have been impossible for the ancients to have moved, let alone used for construction, from Stonehenge to the Great Pyramid of Giza and many, many others. According to some, the existence of these megalithic sites suggests that the ancients may have mastered the art of levitation through sonics, or some other obscure method that allowed them to defy gravity and manipulate massive objects with ease. Adding to the intrigue is the fact that in almost every culture where megalithic structures exist, there's some kind of legend that says the huge stones were moved by acoustic means, either by the chanted spells of magicians, by secret songs, or by massive gongs, trumpets, lyres, or cymbals. But could acoustic levitation have been utilized at Nan Madol? Might it be the secret behind an ancient people moving and stacking stones of many tons, recorded in local history as two brothers with magic powers? Perhaps, or perhaps there is another explanation for Nan Madol, which is even more incredible. For centuries, Pohnpeian tradition has warned of the terrible powers associated with Nan Madol. Locals believe that the site is looked after by spirits placed there by the ancients to protect it from outsiders, and that anyone who disturbs the site will be cursed. Maybe this is just a myth enacted by locals to discourage colonial powers from damaging their history. But what if it isn't? Outsiders from Europe first reached the island of Pohnpei in the early 1800s, whereupon they immediately took note of the ruins at Nan Madol. One of the earliest to do so was the surgeon of a trading ship named Dr. Campbell, who eloquently recorded the site in an 1836 paper titled Island of Ascension. In his words, Nan Madol was the work of a race of men far surpassing the present generation, over whose memory many ages have rolled and whose history oblivion has shaded forever, whose greatness and whose power can only now be traced from the scattered remains of the structures they have reared, which now wave with evergreens over the ashes of their departed glory, leaving to posterity the pleasure of speculation and conjecture. For decades, that's all European knowledge about Nan Madol amounted to: speculation and conjecture. Until the 1870s, when a Polish anthropologist named Jan Kubary arrived at Pohnpei in the midst of an historic journey. Kubary had taken a job with a trading company in 1869, which sent him across the world to the Pacific Islands. There, he visited the islands of Samoa, Palau, Ibon, Jaluit, and others, gathering never-before-seen samples and earning a reputation as one of the greatest collectors on Earth. In 1873, he arrived at the island of Pohnpei, where he would undertake the first systematic exploration and description of the ruins at Nan Madol, no longer gazing from afar as Europeans before him had, but diving into the site as an anthropologist in an attempt to discover the site's secrets. Despite vigorous warnings from locals about Nan Madol's curse, Kubary collected numerous ornaments and implements at the site, and even discovered unexplored crypts which he named the Royal Tombs. As he recorded in his work, all the tombs we explored were filled with coral. Everywhere we found remnants of human bones and very primitive ornaments, bracelets and necklaces, implements, stone axes, and so on. The shells of a spondylus species, pierced at the hinge and used as chest ornaments, were strongly represented. They were put in great numbers with the dead in the tomb, and they appeared to have been a special testimony to the piety of the natives. We have also found round discs in the tombs, pierced in the middle, so highly valued today, which serve as money and to adorn the waistband and the headband. The presence in the same vault of many lower jaws and frontal bones indicates family burials, and the number of their particularly noteworthy tombs, which contain bones, being limited to 13, we conclude that they were exclusively tombs of kings or chiefs. By 1874, Kubari was ready to return to Europe with his incredible cache of artifacts recovered at the site. But on the way, disaster struck. In the words of one trader who accompanied Kubari's journey back to Europe, as their ship attempted to maneuver through the narrow ocean passage at Jaluit near the Marshall Islands, instead of heading the vessel for the southern arm of the passage leading to the anchorage, Becker, the captain, ran her stern onto a point of reef, which divides the main passage into the north and south arms. He blamed the bad steering of the vessel, but others put it down to his stupidity. The ship was totally abandoned that evening, and her hands took up their quarters at or near Capel Station. During the next day, the sea got up and broke over the vessel, laying with her deck to seaward. Her hatches got adrift, the cargo was washed out, and then her decks blew up. At 3:30 p.m., the mainmast fell. Next morning, the brig was completely broken up, and nothing was to be seen except a confused heap of broken and twisted iron, wire rigging, and some battered spars. Just like that, the ship was lost, and hundreds of Kubari's crates containing much of Nan Madol's history sunk to the bottom of the ocean, lost forever. For Kubari, the shipwreck was devastating, but unfortunately, things would only get worse for him. In 1879, the trading company he was working for went bankrupt, leaving him without employment. He decided to stay on a plantation he had purchased in Pohnpei, where he married a local woman and had 2 children. Tragically, however, both children died in childhood. Then, in 1882, Kubari's plantation was demolished when a hurricane passed over the area. The few coconut palms which were left standing were then quickly wiped out by a plague of beetles which followed the hurricane. With nowhere else to go, Kubari slowly set about rebuilding his plantation, taking intermittent work with trading companies or museums, which sent him around the Pacific Islands when he could. That was until 1895, when local Pohnpeians revolted against Spanish dominion over their island and completely destroyed Kubari's plantation once and for all. Without hope and penniless, Kubari would commit suicide in 1896. Was this the curse of Nan Madol at work? Had Kubari brought this terrible run of misfortune upon himself when he removed artifacts and bones from the site in 1873 and 74? By the early 20th century, Pohnpei had come upon German rule, and the position of governor had been given to a man named Victor Berg, a mean-spirited and vicious individual who had spent much of his adult life in the Pacific Islands. Despite being heavily warned against it by locals, Berg would begin exploring Nan Madol in 1907. Deep within the complex, he discovered a sealed tomb said to contain the remains of Pohnpei's ancient rulers. Shockingly, within the tomb, Berg found skeletal remains unlike those any had seen before. The bones were enormous, seemingly belonging to a race of giants some 10 feet tall. Was this even possible? Berg wondered. And if so, who were these giant ancient rulers? The night of his discovery, as Berg tried to sleep, a wild storm rolled over the island, hammering the terrain with lightning and torrential rains. In the distance, Berg and others swore they heard the sound of conch shells echoing off Pohnpei's mountains, while, even more bizarrely, strange glowing orbs purportedly filled the sky as the storm raged. The next day, with the storm seemingly having passed, Berg was determined to continue his work on Nan Madol. But, as he headed to the site, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, and without warning, dropped dead where he stood. Immediately, the locals claimed that Berg's fate had been sealed the moment he had disturbed Nan Madol. His death and the storm which preceded it, proof, they asserted, of the supernatural powers which guard the site. A German physician stationed on the island had another explanation, proposing the cause of death to be sunstroke and heat exhaustion. A curious diagnosis for an otherwise healthy man like Berg, who had been in the Pacific Islands for many years and was well accustomed to the heat. Yet, how he died is perhaps not the most important question which arises from the story of Victor Berg. Whether his death resulted from sunstroke or curse, there's still the matter of what Berg discovered before he died: skeletal remains which seem to belong to giants. Oral history says that the brothers who built Nan Madol were sorcerers. Could they also have been giants? Could this explain how they were able to move such heavy stones? One thing is for sure: this was not the last time giants would be connected with Nan Madol. After World War I, control of the island of Pohnpei passed into the hands of Japan. Like those who had ruled the island before them, the Japanese also took to investigating Nan Madol. However, what they allegedly found went far beyond anything prior. Today, the record of Japan's rule over Pohnpei is fragmented and mostly missing, since many Japanese records from the area were lost at the outbreak of World War II. Yet, some remaining sources indicate that before the war, Japanese scientists discovered that the existing ruins of Nan Madol built atop coral reef were only a piece of the puzzle, that in fact, Nan Madol extended further out into the ocean and beneath the waves, that it was actually an entire sunken city. It was there that the Japanese were said to have found huge platinum coffins on the ocean floor. Incredibly, when they broke up the coffins in order to bring them to the surface, they purportedly found the skeletal remains of giant humans standing 10 feet tall inside them. Could this really be true? What is particularly interesting about these findings, like Berg's findings before them, is that the idea that a race of giants existed sometime in the distant past is not confined to Nan Madol. In fact, it appears across human traditions. In the Book of Genesis, for example, there is a record of a race of giants deep in the past known as the Nephilim. Even in modern times, enormous skeletons seemingly belonging to giants have been discovered all over the world, in the United States, Africa, the Amazon rainforest, Asia, and elsewhere. Is it possible that the existence of giants sometime in the distant past could explain Nan Madol? If it sounds impossible, you're going to want to watch our video, which brings together all of the astonishing evidence discovered in modern times, which suggests that ancient giants were real and coexisted with early humans. Then, you might want to take a look at our video on the Book of Enoch, which at one time was part of both Jewish and Christian canon before it was censored out, and tells an entirely different history of humanity than what we know today. One centered around giants and savages that endangered and pillaged humanity. But maybe to find an answer to the mystery of Nan Madol, we need to move beyond the giant bones allegedly found there and focus on the platinum coffins they were discovered in. The fact is, platinum coffins are not the only thing which has been found off the shores of Nan Madol. In 1939, a German explorer and author named Herbert Rittlinger, who had visited Nan Madol during the time it was under Japanese control, wrote of what had been found there in his book, The Measureless Ocean. According to Rittlinger, the discoveries off the shores of Nan Madol, in fact, went far beyond platinum coffins. As he wrote, beneath the ocean was a brilliant and splendid center of a celebrated kingdom that had existed there untold millennia ago. The reports of fabulous wealth had enticed pearl divers and Chinese merchants to investigate the seabed secretly, and the divers had all risen from the depths with incredible tales. They had been able to walk on the bottom on well-preserved streets overgrown with mussels and coral. Down below, there were countless stone vaults, pillars, and monoliths. Carved stone tablets hung on the remains of clearly recognizable houses. What the pearl divers did not find was discovered by Japanese divers with modern equipment. They confirmed with their finds what the traditional legends of Pohnpei reported: the vast wealth in precious metals, pearls, and bars of silver. In other words, Nan Madol was only a piece of an astounding ancient city long lost beneath the ocean waves. Interestingly, this lines up with Pohnpeian legend, which speaks of another kingdom under the ocean, off the shores of Nan Madol. In more modern times, further evidence has emerged supporting this theory. In the 1970s and 80s, archaeologists noted an extensive network of tunnels and caves beneath Nan Madol, leading out into the ocean. One team followed this network to a collection of stone pillars and structures some 100 feet under the water, speculating that it was only the start of a vast network of underwater ruins. But since then, no full-scale investigation has been undertaken to determine what might lay beneath the ocean. Could there really be another kingdom under the ocean? And if so, who built it, and where did it come from? Some believe they already know the answer. On this channel, we have covered in detail the legendary lost continent of Mu. For the uninitiated, the idea was first introduced in the late 1800s by an archaeologist named Augustus Le Plongeon, who claimed that while working in the Yucatan Peninsula, he had come across a series of ancient Mayan transcriptions which told of an ancient lost continent named Mu that had been submerged beneath the ocean sometime in the distant past. The idea was picked up on in the 1920s and 30s by a man named James Churchward, who asserted that during his time as a soldier in British India, he had become privy to a set of ancient clay tablets which told of an ancient lost continent in the Pacific Ocean named Mu. According to Churchward, the continent, which stretched 3,000 miles from north to south and 5,000 miles from east to west, was home to an advanced ancient civilization which existed 50,000 years ago before it suddenly sank to the bottom of the ocean and disappeared forever. Given Pohnpei's location in the Pacific Ocean, some believe that Nan Madol represents the outskirts of the legendary lost continent. In fact, this was proposed by Churchward himself in 1926, before platinum coffins or underground tunnels were ever discovered. Could this really be possible? Could another kingdom under the ocean, off the shores of Nan Madol, really be the remains of an advanced ancient civilization from tens of thousands of years in the past? Some say there is even more evidence which says yes. The island of Pohnpei, while apparently in the middle of nowhere, is in fact located at a noteworthy location on the globe, smack dab in the middle of a 300-mile-long zone in which typhoons are born, and the first stages of their power and severity are developed. Today, we know that typhoons are formed not only as a result of cold air currents colliding with warm ocean waters, as has long been postulated, but that they also have an electromagnetic component. Given its location, some look at the huge basalt stones of Nan Madol, which have strong electromagnetic properties, and propose that they must have been put there in order to break down the electromagnetic qualities of typhoons as they tried to form, making them release their energy in the form of downpours and protecting the area. In other words, Nan Madol is not an ancient city, but some sort of intentionally constructed weather modification project. Already, this suggested technological capability beyond what is possible in modern times, but some have taken it even further, looking deeper into the electromagnetic properties of Nan Madol. Consider that the island of Pohnpei produces consistent subtle seismic activity, which generates piezoelectricity. Some believe that when this piezoelectricity meets with the giant magnetized basalt stones laid out in canals and walls and towers at Nan Madol, the site becomes a power source. As author Frank Joseph described in a book on the subject, Transforming the basalt's naturally vertical magnetic field into a spiral would amplify the power of any piezoelectric discharge by swinging it around in a narrowing, tightening circuit, then focusing the beam of its concentrated corona discharge skyward. More simply, Nan Madol was never a city, certainly not in any ordinary sense of the word, but a power station undoubtedly constructed by the Pohnpeian's ancestors. Incredibly, this sounds not unlike the pioneering work of Nikola Tesla, who proposed something similar for his legendary Wardenclyffe Tower at the turn of the 20th century. If you have not yet heard of Tesla's work on this subject, you've got to watch our video which examines Tesla's belief that the Earth could be pumped for electricity and how he thought it could be done. Could the inhabitants of Pohnpei been working with the type of power source proposed by Tesla thousands or tens of thousands of years in the past? Could Nan Madol really have been an ancient power station fueling an advanced ancient civilization? One thing at least is clear. Even if Nan Madol is simply an 800-year-old megalith built by the Sodelur dynasty, it stands as one of the most amazing structures on Earth. But it might be so much more than that. The key to the secrets of humanity's past, of the mythical continent of Mu, and an advanced ancient civilization. In the early 20th century, a discovery was made in the dense jungles of Java, Indonesia, that, although initially overlooked, would later be recognized as one of the most significant archaeological findings in the region, and perhaps even in the world. It was made in 1914 when a Dutch farmer, driven by tales of a mythical king and his lost palace shared by the local Indonesians, ventured into the verdant wilderness surrounding his farm. The colonist's expedition led him to a hill just 4 hours south of Jakarta, near the village of Karyamukti. To his amazement, deep in the jungle, he discovered an enormous hill with what appeared to be a series of steps leading to its summit. At the top of these steps, he found a huge collection of ruins made of heavy rectangular blocks scattered in every direction, long since overgrown with foliage. It was the ruins of what many believe is the oldest known pyramid of the world, a vast geoengineered structure that had a series of 5 step-like terraces, retaining walls, staircases, and, as later explorations revealed, subterranean chambers. Of course, long before the arrival of the Dutch East India Company and the onset of colonialism and exploitation in West Java, the local inhabitants were well aware of the site and its man-made terraces. They revered the site as Gunung Padang, meaning the Mountain of Enlightenment, and it continues to be a place where locals perform mystical ceremonies near an ancient spring at the base of the site. Sitting at an altitude of roughly 885 meters or 300 feet, the site is nestled on top of a volcanic hill surrounded by lush forests. At first glance, the site appears to be a natural hill, but upon closer inspection, it reveals a sophisticated series of terraces. These terraces are organized in a stepped pyramid form, similar to other ancient pyramid structures found across the globe, such as those in Mesopotamia and Mesoamerica. The 5-tiered design consists of rectangular terraces constructed from thousands of large basalt columns and blocks. Most were about 5 feet in length and weighed upwards of 550 pounds, or 250 kilograms, with some being much bigger, weighing over 1,300 pounds, approximately 600 kilograms. Typically, basalt columns form naturally through a process called columnar jointing, which occurs when thick layers of basaltic lava cool down and solidify. As the molten lava cools, it contracts, creating vertical cracks that form hexagonal or polygonal columns. Examples can be the Devil's Post Pile in California, or the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, both of which are natural. At Gunung Padang, however, all of the basalt columns are detached from each other. They are not standing vertically and were mostly cut into smaller pieces. This meant that somebody had transported them to the top of this hill, some 300 feet above the valley below. But who and why? In the following years, as researchers investigated the site, it was clear that the blocks were not scattered about randomly, but in fact organized into rectangular stone enclosures and rock mounds. Whoever had brought them up there had used the blocks for construction. In fact, it appeared that the 5 separate terraces covered the hill over an area of 3,000 square feet, all linked by an ascending staircase of 370 steps. In 2011, a prominent Indonesian geologist by the name of Danny Hilman Natawijaya started to investigate the site, leading a team of geologists from the Institute of Sciences, as well as archaeologists from the University of Indonesia. At first, their findings were unremarkable. Initial radiocarbon dating done on soils underneath the stone blocks at the surface produced dates of 1500 to 500 BCE. But as the team began to dig deeper, what they found shocked them. Using tubular drills that brought up cores of earth and stone, which has provided key insights into the site's construction and potentially revolutionary information about its age. The extracted cylindrical core samples have revealed stratified layers of construction that, according to the team's analysis, suggest Gunung Padang may have been built in multiple phases spanning tens of thousands of years. The structure has at least 4 distinct layers of material, each representing a different time period. Layer 1 and 2, the uppermost layers, visible at the surface, are the most recent. Dr. Natawijaya and his team estimate that these layers could date back around 3,500 years, making them roughly contemporaneous with other megalithic sites found across Southeast Asia. These layers consist of basalt columns arranged in terraces, similar to those seen at other ancient construction sites. However, the core drilling revealed that this is only the most recent addition to the structure. Layer 3, below the surface layers, lies what Dr. Natawijaya calls the second phase of construction. Core drilling has revealed that this layer contains similar basalt stones, but arranged in a different pattern. The organic material found within this layer has been radiocarbon dated to between 7,500 and 9,500 years ago, a time period that predates many of the world's earliest known civilizations. This discovery has led to speculation that the builders of this phase of Gunung Padang had advanced knowledge of construction far earlier than previously believed. And then, Layer 4, the deepest and oldest layer uncovered by core drilling, is where Dr. Natawijaya's most controversial findings emerge. According to his team, this layer dates back as far as 24,000 years, based on radiocarbon dating of organic material and the seismic surveys indicating human intervention at this depth. This layer is composed of even larger basalt blocks, and shows evidence of construction techniques that are not fully understood. How could this be possible? Even at 7,500 years, this would date Gunung Padang at 3,000 years before the ancient Sumerians and 4,500 years before the ancient Egyptians. And at 24,000 years old, well, that would classify the builders as a completely unknown prehistoric civilization, a civilization that thrived in the region before the last ice age, many thousands of years before human civilization is said to have existed. Dr. Hilman Natawijaya was featured in the Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse, hosted by the British author and researcher Graham Hancock, who advocates the belief that an advanced culture, predating what is commonly recognized as the dawn of human civilization, was destroyed in a global catastrophe, possibly by a comet impact or a rapid rise in sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Hancock believes that this lost civilization left behind monumental structures like Gunung Padang that have been misdated by modern archaeologists. There, Dr. Natawijaya noted the retaining walls of Gunung Padang, stating that the basalt blocks were cut and stacked with remarkable precision. Intriguingly, the construction utilized an ancient form of mortar that connected the blocks on the retaining walls, which analysis suggests was a sophisticated blend of organic materials. This compound not only enhanced the durability of the structures, but also suggested a complex understanding of construction techniques by the ancient builders. The presence of this mortar, resistant to environmental wear and degradation, further underscores the advanced engineering skills that were in play at Gunung Padang. Moreover, all retaining walls on the site are precisely inclined at 30 degrees. The Ancient Apocalypse episode made a digital reconstruction of what the site looked like, featuring a stairway at the north side, climbing more than 300 feet until it reaches the first of the 5 terraces, over an area about 490 feet long by 130 feet wide, with the entire hill ringed by retaining walls of columnar basalt. More than 50,000 basalt stone blocks were used for the construction of this massive step pyramid, with some being artificially modified. Many of the andesite blocks were clearly crafted into rectangular and square shapes, with some having marks resembling cuttings or other indications of a deliberate shaping by humans. The discoveries became even more shocking when Dr. Natawijaya's team used ground-penetrating radar and seismic tomography to extensively map what was buried under their feet. Doing so, they discovered that the second layer contained another arrangement of rectangular blocks, organized in a matrix structure, while the third layer contained additional rock structures, including what appeared to be large underground cavities and chambers. It seemed that the blocks on the surface were only the beginning of Gunung Padang. All of these discoveries meant that Gunung Padang was not merely a simple prehistoric stone terrace, but a complex underground construction with substantial chambers and cavities. There were at least 3 perfectly rectangular chambers, one of which was right at the center of the structure, at around 10 meters or 33 feet down, connected with an access tunnel to an even larger chamber at a larger depth, which in turn connects to a third chamber around 30 meters or 100 feet underground. All 3 of the chambers are located exactly along the central axis of the site, with their purpose, or what's inside them, still remaining a mystery. Another strange thing was the discovery of thick layers of artificial soil covering parts of the site up to 7 meters deep. This soil was likely transported and used to cover earlier layers, indicating that the structure was deliberately built up over time. At a depth of 10 meters or 33 feet, a very interesting artifact was unearthed. It was a black stone ball set in the center of another hollowed-out stone having a triangular form. The strange thing was that the black stone in the center could actually roll around, hence it became known as the rolling stone. We couldn't find much information on the discovery or any analysis on the object, but we know that these kind of artifacts are very common in ancient Hindu temples. For example, the Thirukurungudi Temple, located in Tamil Nadu, India, which is an ancient and revered temple dedicated to Lord Vishnu, has a similar stone ball housed within the mount of a mythical creature. The stone ball inside is an engineering marvel because it is perfectly spherical and free to roll within its enclosure, yet it cannot be removed. Many other ancient temples have this interesting feature as well. One of the most significant discoveries at Gunung Padang was an artifact, which became known as the Kujang Stone. It was discovered in the deep layers of Gunung Padang, indicating it could be 10,000 years old. The stone was distinct from any local rock type at the site and exhibited clear tool marks. It had a unique shape, size, and presence of sharp edges, which could not have been a product of natural geological processes. A detailed examination of the Kujang stone, including a CT scan, revealed fascinating insights into its composition. The scan identified metal particles embedded within the stone matrix, uniformly distributed, confirming that the artifact was not merely stone, but a cast geopolymer tool. This discovery suggests that the artifact was artificially created, utilizing advanced material technology likely beyond the known capabilities of ancient civilizations at the time. Further analysis showed the presence of fine kaolinite clay granules mixed with iron particles. These components are thought to impart magnetic properties to the artifact. The presence of iron within the kaolinite clay is particularly interesting as it suggests a potential use in bioelectrical transduction, possibly related to biophotonic key meridian healing practices believed to have been conducted at the site. Moreover, the artifact also contained substantial amounts of quartz crystal and other piezoelectric compounds, indicating that it might have functioned as a resonance device. The exact use of this tool remains a mystery, but the integration of piezoelectric materials suggests it could have been employed in ways that interact with acoustic or vibrational energy, potentially for medicinal or ritualistic purposes. The theory that the site possessed acoustic properties was enhanced by the presence of certain stones at Gunung Padang, known as music rocks. The composition of these stones is such that, when struck, they produce sounds, suggesting they were placed with a specific acoustic function in mind. This feature, common in other ancient megalithic sites, supports the idea of intentional design. Take a look at this video from one of the explorations of Gunung Padang by Hugh Newman from Megalithomania, accompanied by author Andrew Callens and Dr. Natawijaya, where they demonstrated the acoustics of these stones. More interestingly, in their videos, they showed that in certain areas on the site, the compass is acting strange, deviating from its typical behavior, which suggests the presence of unusual magnetic anomalies. This phenomenon could indicate that the underground halls and chambers could have strong magnetic properties, aligning with theories that suggest advanced ancient technologies might have been utilized in the area. Hugh Newman and Andrew Collins have been documenting their visits to Gunung Padang from almost 10 years ago, constantly showing new and interesting discoveries there, so make sure to visit their YouTube channel Megalithomania for more details on the site. We know that the number 5 holds a significant importance in certain Indonesian cultures and belief systems. For instance, in Balinese Hinduism, the number 5 is essential because it is linked to the Panca Dewata, which represents 5 major deities. In Islam, the number 5 holds significant religious importance, prominently reflected in the 5 pillars of Islam, which are the foundation of a Muslim's faith and practices. In Gunung Padang, it appears that the number 5 also has significant meaning. As we already mentioned, Gunung Padang consists of 5 terraces, but that's not all. Each terrace is connected by 5 small steps. Also, the Gunung Padang site is flanked by 5 rivers that flow on both sides at the foot of Mount Padang. It's also surrounded by 5 hills, with its orientation being perpendicular to the 5 parallel mountains. Some researchers speculate that Gunung Padang once featured a sophisticated water management system, possibly incorporating 5 wells. However, only 2 wells remain at the site today, with the upper one now dried up. The well at the base of the site, which still has flowing water, is known as the Sikahuripan well. The name Sikahuripan itself translates to water of life or spring of life in Sundanese, making it a sacred place for the locals. The well is believed to possess mystical properties, with its waters considered a source of spiritual energy, purification, and blessings. Local residents and visitors who seek blessings or spiritual guidance often visit the well as part of a pilgrimage to Gunung Padang. So let's summarize all of the discoveries found so far. We know that the site features a multi-layered construction with at least 3 distinct phases, some of which may date back as far as 24,000 years, according to radiocarbon dating of organic material within the deeper layers. We know there are massive retaining walls with the basalt blocks connected with an ancient form of mortar, creating a pyramid-like structure with its terrace design and massive basalt columns suggests sophisticated engineering techniques, including knowledge of earthquake-resistant construction. We know that geophysical surveys have revealed hidden chambers and voids beneath the surface, perfectly aligned on the central axis of the site, pointing to the deliberate man-made nature of Gunung Padang. And we have a number of man-made artifacts found at the deeper layers of the site. Yet, despite all of these discoveries, mainstream historians and archaeologists largely dismiss the idea that Gunung Padang is a prehistoric megastructure built by an advanced civilization. Mainstream archaeology is built on the understanding that complex civilizations capable of large-scale construction only emerged around 5,000 years ago with the development of cities in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. The idea that an advanced society, capable of building something like Gunung Padang, existed 24,000 years ago directly challenges this established timeline. Accepting such a radical revision would require rewriting major parts of human history, something the academic community is understandably cautious about. But here's where things got very strange. Just as Gunung Padang's fame reached international level, almost instantly, the archaeological establishment in Indonesia and the world lined up in opposition. Subsequently, any research or excavations at Gunung Padang were brought to a halt. Just as Dr. Natawijaya was starting to gain momentum in his groundbreaking investigations, his work ceased. Government officials, under pressure from mainstream academic institutions and archaeologists skeptical of his findings, made sure he and his team would leave the site and never come back. Dr. Natawijaya had hoped to expand the excavation to prove the existence of more chambers, tunnels, and deeper layers that could further substantiate his claims about the site's antiquity. The deeper geological surveys, which hinted at a highly engineered structure beneath the surface, were never fully realized due to these obstacles. This sudden halt not only frustrated the research team, but also deprived the world of the opportunity to fully explore one of the most mysterious and potentially history-altering sites. Could an advanced ancient civilization really have existed thousands of years before the ancient Egyptians or Sumerians, before even the last ice age? And if so, wouldn't we find more of their megalithic sites? Curiously, not far from Gunung Padang, there's a similar step pyramid, although much smaller, known as Lebak Cibadug. The Lebak Cibadug site is located in Banten, West Java, approximately 40 kilometers from the nearest major town of Rangkas Bitung. Nestled in a secluded and lush environment, the pyramid has been largely forgotten and is not well known, even among Indonesians. The pyramid itself is hidden among dense foliage, accessible only by traversing steep hills and rugged terrain, which has made it difficult for extensive archaeological excavations to take place. First rediscovered by local communities, the site quickly became known for its large stone structures, terraces, and pyramid-like design. Its location within the foothills of Java's volcanic landscape, like many other Indonesian megalithic sites, positions it in an area rich with ancient history and mysticism. Although it has been recognized as an important cultural and historical site, much about Lebak Cibadug remains unknown or unstudied due to limited archaeological work and a lack of global attention. At the heart of the site lies a stepped pyramid that resembles other ancient pyramid structures around the world, particularly the ziggurats of Mesopotamia or the stepped pyramids of Mesoamerica. Lebak Cibadug consists of a series of stone terraces, rising in a pyramid-like form. Each terrace is constructed from large stone blocks, placed one atop the other in a fashion that suggests advanced knowledge of engineering and architectural design. The structure itself stands approximately 25 meters tall and covers a substantial area of the forested hillside. The pyramid is made up of at least 4 visible terraces, each with stone platforms. Large stone slabs form steps between the terraces, enabling movement from one level to the next. One of the biggest questions surrounding Lebak Cibadug is its age. Like Gunung Padang, the site has been the subject of controversy regarding how old it truly is and who built it. Mainstream archaeological studies suggest that the site dates back at least 2,000 years, placing it within the period of early human settlement and the development of megalithic cultures in Indonesia. However, alternative researchers argue that the site may be much older, possibly dating back several thousand years, to a time when an advanced prehistoric civilization might have flourished in the region. Radiocarbon dating of organic material found around the site has yielded mixed results, with some estimates placing the construction of Lebak Cibadug closer to 5,000 years ago. This would place it in the same time frame as other megalithic structures around the world, such as Stonehenge in England. However, as with many megalithic sites, accurately dating the construction of stone structures is difficult, as the stones themselves cannot be directly dated, and much depends on the surrounding context and artifacts. Is it possible that the Lebak Cibadug pyramid was built by the same unknown prehistoric civilization that built Gunung Padang? Another interesting site is the Candi Kethek pyramid, a relatively obscure yet fascinating megalithic structure located on the slopes of Mount Lawu in central Java. Candi Kethek, just like Gunung Padang and Lebak Cibadug, is also situated on a volcano, precisely the western slopes of Mount Lawu. The pyramid lies at an elevation of approximately 1,400 meters above sea level, surrounded by dense forests and steep mountain terrain. This remote and elevated location adds to the site's mystique and contributes to the difficulty of accessing and studying the structure in detail. The site was rediscovered relatively recently compared to other ancient monuments in Java, and has since attracted the attention of researchers and enthusiasts interested in Indonesia's megalithic heritage. Candi Kethek roughly translates to monkey temple in Javanese, a name that likely references local folklore or legends tied to the site. However, little is known about its original purpose or the civilization that built it, as formal excavations and research are still limited. The most striking feature of Candi Kethek is its pyramid-like structure, which is highly unusual for Javanese temple architecture. Most ancient Javanese temples, or candi, are built in the style of towering stone temples with intricate carvings, often serving as Buddhist or Hindu places of worship. However, Chandi Kethek differs significantly in both form and construction, resembling more of a stepped pyramid than a traditional Javanese temple. Perhaps the most mysterious of the Indonesian pyramids is Candi Suku. The primary structure of Candi Suku is located approximately 910 meters above sea level, or 3,000 feet. The temple is distinguished by its overt fertility reliefs, which are uncommon in Javanese temple art. This rarity raises questions about the timing of its construction, whether it was indeed built during the period theorized by archaeologists or if it originates from an era far more ancient, which still remains to be fully deciphered. The strangest thing about this truncated pyramidal structure is the striking similarity it bears to the stepped pyramids constructed by the Maya. Just compare the Indonesian Candi Kethek temple with the Copan temple in Honduras, built by the Mayan Empire. Is the similarity pure coincidence? If we compare the structure to the square-based pyramid of Chichen Itza in Mexico, which is also the work of the Mayans, we once again see remarkable similarity. It is as if these structures are all built by the same culture. But it's not just the architecture. Take a look at this relief carving on the Indonesian Candi Kethek temple. Now compare it to this relief carving at the Gate of the Sun in Bolivia. The similarities are even more striking at the Candi Suku temple. This motif is actually known as the God Self icon, and strangely, it can be found all across the world in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas. The Spanish author and researcher Richard Casaro has highlighted this motif, along with many other resemblances across ancient civilizations that didn't have any contact with each other. On his website, richardcasaro.com, he presented an article titled "Suppressed by Scholars: Twin Ancient Cultures on Opposite Sides of the Pacific." There, Casaro presents a provocative argument that two ancient civilizations, the Mayans and the Balinese, though separated by the Pacific Ocean, share strikingly similar architectural, iconographic, and religious traits, suggesting a common origin. He suggests these similarities indicate both cultures may have inherited knowledge from a now-lost Golden Age civilization, theorizing that all ancient cultures originated from one earlier, highly advanced civilization. In the article, Richard Casaro presents not one or two, but 12 striking similarities between the ancient Mayan and Balinese civilizations, suggesting a profound and mysterious connection across these geographically distant cultures. He details how both built stepped pyramids with temples on top, highlighting structures like Bali's Mother Temple of Basaki and the Mayan High Priest Temple. Casaro notes that both civilizations featured twin serpent or dragon balustrades running down significant stairways. Additionally, each culture utilized sacred corbel arch architecture, a building technique involving overlapping stones that converge toward the arch's center. Importantly, both cultures adorned their temple entrances with statues of formidable deities, serving as guardians, which are remarkably similar. He further observes that both the Mayans and Balinese placed grotesque or fearsome faces above doorways to ward off evil spirits. Each civilization also prominently featured sculpted stone serpents, symbols of fertility, rebirth, and spiritual connection. Remarkably, both depicted figures with specific hand gestures designed to harness spiritual energies, reflecting deep-rooted spiritual practices. Casaro points out the presence of twin elephant deities in both cultures' art and architecture, despite their vast separation by the Pacific Ocean. Another shared architectural feature is the design of temple entrances to resemble the mouths of monstrous beings which symbolize entering a sacred space. He discusses the use of stepped cross symbols in both cultures, similar to the Andean Chicana, representing cardinal points and spiritual concepts. Each culture also carved the third eye symbol on statues, emphasizing spiritual seeing and enlightenment. Lastly, both cultures featured triptych three-door temple designs, emphasizing the central door, aligning with their religious teachings about the third eye and spiritual insight. With his groundbreaking research, Casaro argues that the conventional historical narrative, which views history as a linear progression from primitive societies to our modern technological state, fails to recognize the possibility of a spiritually advanced Golden Age civilization that might have surpassed our own in both cultural and spiritual aspects. Mainstream historians and archaeologists, Casaro points out, are not deliberately misleading the public, but are instead trapped within an academic paradigm that does not acknowledge such possibilities. This paradigm insists on viewing history through an evolutionary lens, dismissing any evidence that suggests ancient civilizations might have been more advanced than previously thought. According to Casaro, the academic system reinforces this view by promoting scholars who conform to mainstream ideas and sidelining those who propose alternative theories, such as hyperdiffusionism. If you want to dive deeper into Richard Casaro's work, you can read his 3 books, Written in Stone, The Missing Link, and Mayan Masonry. But could all of this be true? Could an advanced ancient civilization really have existed thousands of years before the ancient Egyptians or Sumerians, before even the last ice age? And if so, who were they, and what happened to them? Is this prehistoric civilization the link between the Mayans and ancient Indonesians? And is Gunung Padang and all other megalithic structures in Indonesia built by these people? Japan, an archipelago steeped in history, has remarkable megalithic structures from a time long lost to our history books. These monumental sites, often crafted with an astonishing level of precision and alignment with astronomical phenomena, suggest sophisticated knowledge and capabilities that could redefine conventional historical narratives. There are gigantic 800-ton granite blocks carved with extreme precision that were left in the middle of the forest, together with enormous tombs surrounded by water moats that have never been excavated. There are colossal quarries covered with machine marks and cut with laser-like precision. There are massive stone walls resembling those found in Peru and Egypt, the blocks of which couldn't be moved even today with our modern technology. Join us in this documentary, where we will explore the prehistoric marvels of an unknown civilization that inhabited not only the land of what is now Japan, but also the surrounding seabed, which was once the home of an advanced ancient civilization before the end of the last ice age. Mount Nokogiri, located in Chiba Prefecture, Japan, is the location of an enormous megalithic site believed to be an ancient quarry. The Japanese have aptly named this site Saw Mountain due to the cut marks reminiscent of a saw, and they used it as a stone quarry beginning in the early Edo period, from 1603 to 1868. However, the actual age of the Mount Nokogiriyama quarry remains a mystery. There are many features of the site suggesting a much older and possibly prehistoric origin, hinting at the works of a lost advanced civilization. The theory that Mount Nokogiri could have been an ancient quarry long before the Edo period is fueled by the perfect cuts on the stone, which are remarkably precise. These cuts are exceptionally straight and clean, suggesting the use of advanced tools or techniques that seem out of place for the known historical period of the quarry's operation. During the Edo period in Japan, the technology and tools available for quarrying and stone cutting were quite basic, using chisels and hammers, as well as wedges and spikes. When comparing these traditional tools and methods to the precise and almost machine-like cuts observed in some ancient stones at sites like Mount Nokogiriyama, there is a notable discrepancy in capability. We must also consider the incredible height of these walls, which reach up to approximately 30 meters, which is about 100 feet in some places. The precision in the ancient cuts suggests the use of technology that could consistently produce straight and perfectly aligned cuts, no matter the height, which is difficult to achieve with the aforementioned traditional tools. Curiously, the precise stone cuts at Mount Nokogiriyama bear a striking resemblance to those found at other ancient sites across the globe, where similar meticulous craftsmanship points to sophisticated stoneworking skills. For instance, Pumapunku in Bolivia is an ancient site famed for its incredibly precise stonework. The cuts and drill holes in these stones are so fine and exact that they have led some to speculate about the possibility of advanced prehistoric stone-cutting technologies, possibly even predating the Inca civilization. If Pumapunku was constructed by a highly advanced civilization preceding the Inca, who then merely inherited the site, might it also be possible that the Mount Nokogiri quarry was originally developed by an even older civilization, which was later inherited by the Japanese? The features discovered at the site are extraordinary. For instance, there are sections where precise roads and arches have been meticulously carved straight into the rock face of the mountain. Such achievements are truly monumental. The strangest anomaly of the site is the various vertical incisions, which are perfectly parallel to one another. If you watched our recent documentary in which we explored the prehistoric megalithic sites found in China, these vertical incisions probably look familiar to you. We showed you these same incisions on various unexplained sites in China, such as the Shan Quarry, where gigantic stone blocks were carved from the rock, together with the vast cave networks of Longyou Caves, the Huashan Grottos, and more. All of these extensive sites were centers of monumental construction efforts and stone extraction processes, with millions of tons of rock being removed. For simple Bronze Age cultures equipped with primitive tools, such tasks would have been unfathomable. The precise vertical cuts found at all of these sites closely resemble those produced in modern mines using advanced drilling machinery. Take a look at this comparison of the lines found at Mount Nokogiriyama and compare them with the marks left by our modern machines. The similarity is uncanny. Of course, this does not mean that the ancient Japanese were unskilled stoneworkers. During the Edo period, the Japanese, who likely inherited this ancient site, added remarkable pieces of art, like this giant Buddha. This impressive sculpture, which dates back to 1783, was carved directly into the stone face of the mountain. It stands approximately 31 meters high, making it one of the largest Buddha statues in Japan. Adjacent to it, there are over 1,500 smaller stone statues of Buddhist disciples, known as Reikan. These statues, scattered around the slopes of the mountain, are intricately carved, each with unique facial expressions and poses. They depict the followers of Buddha, each captured in different postures of meditation and contemplation. But again, these artistic decorations were likely added thousands of years later and have nothing to do with the original builders of the site. Given all that we've considered thus far, it's worth questioning whether this prehistoric site was actually used as a quarry at all. The primary objective of a stone quarry is typically to extract the maximum amount of stone using the least amount of labor and energy within the shortest possible time frame. However, the practices observed here appear to contradict these principles. If the workers lacked machinery and had to make parallel incisions by hand, it suggests that they extracted as little stone as possible while expending a significant amount of labor. Moreover, why would they create perfectly polished and precisely angled 90-degree cavities in the rock if their sole intention was merely to extract stone? Such meticulous craftsmanship suggests other motivations or purposes behind their laborious efforts. But the question is, what? As we transition from the rugged landscapes of Mount Nokogiri to another significant site, the Oya Stone Quarry in Utsunomiya, we encounter a very similar quarry. In this quarry, we can once again see precise cuts and parallel machine marks on the stone. Are these marks really made by some sort of advanced ancient machine technology? The notion that such technology existed is supported by the precision and consistency of the markings, which conventional tools of the periods attributed to these sites would struggle to achieve. What sets the Oya Stone Quarry apart from that on Mount Nokogiri is that it reaches depths of about 200 feet or 60 meters. This is a monumental undertaking by any standard, especially without the use of modern equipment. The interior of this man-made cave is remarkable, with a perfectly flat floor, precise 90-degree angled cuts in various parts, and once again, parallel grooves. The site looks exactly like the Longyou Caves and the Huashan Grottos in China. But how is this possible? Considering the distance between the Oya Stone Quarry in Japan and those sites in central China is approximately 1,800 kilometers, about 1,118 miles. This measurement does not account for the additional distances that would be added by land or sea routes needed to actually travel between these two locations. Maybe all of these sites were built by the same global civilization, a civilization that possessed advanced technology and sophisticated knowledge that would allow them to construct these gigantic megaliths. It is unknown what caused the extinction of this culture, but most likely it was some sort of cataclysmic event. If we visit the town of Takasago in Hyogo Prefecture, we can find another incredible megalith. This is Ishino Hoden, also known as the Floating Stone. This unusual and strange creation was carved from a single piece of stone block made from tuff. Tuff stone is a type of rock formed from volcanic ash ejected during explosive volcanic eruptions. This gigantic megalith weighs around 500 tons, and it's about 15 feet high and 15 feet deep, which is around 5 meters. This makes this stone larger than any of the stones used in the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest of which weighed 80 tons. To this day, the origins and purposes of this ancient relic are a complete mystery, as there are no inscriptions or markings on it. Estimates place its construction in the prehistoric Jomon period, which dates back to around 14,000 to 300 BCE. A Shinto shrine was later constructed around the stone by the Japanese, and the megalith became traditionally known as the Floating Stone due to its unique placement. The design of this stone is highly unusual. It resembles a component of a vast machine, almost like a cube with a tapered end on one side. The stone is precisely cut, with sharp, clean angles and smooth surfaces that testify to the advanced stone-working techniques of its builders. It is formed into two vertically oriented flat rectangular parallel pipettes. One side features a protrusion that resembles the peak of a pyramid. But how is it possible for a prehistoric hunter-gatherer society to be able to carve, extract, and transport a 500-ton stone block? The origins and methods used to craft such an exquisite piece of stone art remain a mystery. The water continuously flows from beneath the earth under the stone. The link of this extraordinary megalith to groundwater makes some theorize that the site could be some kind of energy generator that interacts with the water beneath it. Locals also associate the monolith with the healing of ailments and illnesses. In many cultures, including Japanese, water is often seen as a purifying element and is commonly associated with spiritual renewal and life. The presence of flowing water under the Ishi no Hoden may contribute to its sanctity and the reverence with which it is regarded. It is possible that the original placers of the stone chose its location specifically because of this natural water feature, seeing the spring as a symbol of endless life or a direct connection to the spiritual world. But there's also the possibility that the constant flow of water that emerges from the ground is not a natural phenomenon, but some kind of advanced hydrological system. In our 2-hour documentary about prehistoric advanced megastructures in Egypt, we talked about the Osirian, a massive complex that is still not fully excavated. Just like Ishi no Hoden, there is a constant flow of water beneath the structure. With the Osirian, it's been well documented and known that the water flow is not natural and that there's a vast subterranean hydrological system of channels. Additionally, locals state that the water beneath Ishi no Hoden never runs dry, even in times of severe drought. We know that most ancient megalithic sites are aligned to star constellations and celestial events. Curiously, on the winter solstice of 8600 BC, the sun rises precisely facing the pyramid tip of the stone. The mysterious megalith, which creates the illusion of floating above the water, fascinates people thousands of years after its creation. Another fascinating discovery in the same region of Asuka was the massive granite coffins found within the Ueyama Kofun tumulus. The construction of these coffins looks very similar to the megalithic stone Ishi no Hoden. In fact, the strange knobs on the granite boxes and the massive knob on Ishi no Hoden all bear a striking resemblance to the various knobs found on other megastructures all across the world. We already mentioned the gigantic stone block found in China at the Shan Quarry, which also bears gigantic knobs. There are also the various knobs found on the megalithic stone walls in Peru, together with those found in Egypt and other places around the world. Stone walls aside, the two horizontal granite chambers that lay side by side were nearly identical to other granite boxes found in Egypt. Like the granite boxes in Egypt, those in Japan also showed perfect 90-degree angles in their corners, smooth surfaces, and extreme precision in their makeup. How is it possible for ancient people with primitive tools to be able to shape pink granite, which is one of the hardest materials on Earth, into such precise and smooth shapes? There is also a large piece of granite with meticulous carvings and channels, which are too precise and smooth to be made with primitive tools. The purpose of these is unknown. In fact, the entire site is restricted and visiting it is impossible. There are many more mysterious stone structures in Japan, the origin of which is mostly unknown. For example, there's the Sakafune Ishi, a mysterious artifact also located in Asuka. This massive stone structure, carved from a single piece of granite, measures approximately 3 meters in length, which is approximately 10 feet, and is shaped somewhat like a boat or trough. The stone is hollowed out, creating a basin-like form with a flat base, which has led to much speculation about its use and meaning. Granite is extremely hard to work with. This makes the circular oval shapes and perfectly smooth channels on the surface of the structure quite impressive. Without any indications of its true purpose, historians speculate that it was used for ritual purposes or for the production or storage of the traditional Japanese rice wine, which is integral to Shinto rituals and celebrations. However, the giant granite piece, which weighs around 10 tons, sits in an area rich with other ancient artifacts and ruins, suggesting it was once part of a larger piece or construction. A Japanese researcher by the name of Hiroshi Hayashi made an interesting discovery by examining the lines of the stone. He believed Sakafune Ishi was actually an ancient map centered from the North Pole. He measured the exact degrees and angles of the lines and believes the rock shows the directions to important ancient megalithic sites like Stonehenge, the pyramids of Giza, and others, as the degrees of the lines fit perfectly with the longitudes of these sites. The center of the stone actually represents the center of the Earth, which is incredible, considering latitudes were formally established in 1884 in England, and the oldest ones were established in 1494. The precise craftsmanship and the effort required to quarry, transport, and shape such a massive stone indicate that it held considerable significance. The site's proximity to other key archaeological finds also suggests that there was a massive complex in the area, and what we find today are merely the remnants that have withstood the passage of time. If you walk just a few minutes away from Sakafune Ishi, you can find another incredible stone known as Kam-ishi, which means the turtle stone. This gigantic stone is named that way because it has a clearly defined shell, head, and limbs. The precise reasons for its creation and the meanings attached to it remain subjects of debate among historians. Some suggest that it might have had astronomical significance and was used as a marker for celestial events or seasons, while others believe it could have marked a burial site or a significant place within the Asuka region. According to legend, the turtle stone in Asuka, Japan, possesses a mysterious and somewhat ominous quality. It is said that when the stone faces west, a great flood will strike the land.
If the river actually turns all the way and faces west, then Japan will sink into the ocean and disappear. The idea, of course, this being a barometer of the fortunes of the country.
Presently, Turtlestone is oriented to the southwest, sparking both curiosity and concern among those who know the legend. This enigmatic behavior of the turtle stone has led to various speculations about its nature and origins. One intriguing theory suggests that the stone might be magnetic and interact with Earth's magnetic field. This interaction could potentially allow the stone to detect or measure magnetic anomalies, which might be linked to cataclysmic geological events such as earthquakes or floods. Such properties would make the turtle stone not only a cultural and historical artifact, but also a natural geophysical marker or warning system. The pole shift hypothesis, which postulates that the Earth's poles have historically shifted, causing massive global changes and cataclysms, could potentially explain the stone's reputed behavior. If the turtle stone is indeed magnetic, it might be influenced by shifts or instabilities in Earth's magnetic field caused by movements of the planet's core or tectonic plates. These changes could align with the legends of the stone, shifting its orientation prior to environmental upheavals. In the same area, we can find more megalithic structures like Oni no Sekimen, which literally translates to the demon's washing stone or ogre's washing stone. This megalith is located near the Asuka River and is famous for its peculiar shape and the legend surrounding it. According to local folklore, an Oni, which is a giant demon, used this stone to wash its face each morning. The stone is relatively flat and large, suitable for the mythical purposes it is said to have served. The stone is also thought to have been part of ancient rituals or practices, given its prominent placement and distinctive form. Some theories suggest that it might have been used as a sort of altar or ceremonial platform, possibly related to water rites, given its proximity to the river. The physical characteristics of the stone, including some grooves that could be interpreted as wear from repetitive use, add to the mystery and the legend.
So we're just here at another stone called the Devil's Toilet. And it's hard to get back far enough to see it clearly. It's got these geometric cuts in it, which are really quite unusual.
Next to it is Oni no Manaita, which translates to the demon's cutting board. Legend has it that this stone was used by a giant Oni to chop up human victims or prepare food. This gruesome imagery contributes to the stone's eerie allure and its cultural significance as a site of supernatural lore. Physically, Oni no Manaita is impressive due to its size and the flatness of its surface. Also in Asuka, there's the Ishibutai Kofun, which is one of the most famous and visually striking tomb sites in Japan. Ishibutai Kofun is remarkable not only for its historical significance, but also for the engineering feats involved in its construction. The tomb is constructed from massive stone slabs, with the largest stones forming what is today an exposed stone chamber after centuries of erosion stripped away the earthen mound that once covered it. The stones used in Ishibutai are enormous. The largest slab, which forms the ceiling of the tomb's chamber, weighs around 140 tons. Other significant stones in the construction include the upright slabs that weigh approximately 60 tons each. It's a mystery how an ancient civilization was able to pile such gigantic stones in such a way. All over Japan, there are thousands of Kofun burial mounds, and mainstream historians traditionally date them back to around 250 AD. Despite the established chronology, there is a subset of historians and researchers who believe that many Kofuns may actually be much older, predating the traditionally recognized timeline of Japanese civilization. These claims are often based on the advanced technological skills that would have been required to construct such massive structures. The precision in the carving of the stones, the engineering required to transport and lift huge stone slabs, and the meticulous placement in specific configurations suggest a level of technological sophistication that some argue could not have been achieved at the time without more advanced knowledge or equipment. These theories often draw parallels with other ancient megalithic sites around the world, where similar arguments are made about the use of advanced technology long before it was supposedly invented. The precise nature of the stone fittings, similar to those seen in the architecture of other ancient civilizations, and the enormity of the stones, some weighing several tons, pose questions about the conventional understanding of the technological capabilities of the era. Proponents of these theories suggest that these structures could be remnants of a yet-to-be-understood phase of civilization, possibly linked to other ancient cultures through lost technological knowledge or through a shared but not yet identified heritage. If you dig deep into research, you may stumble on these incredible statues from Okinawa, Japan, which are incredibly similar to the statues found in Mexico. There's also a giant head, which closely resembles the Olmec heads, which are also in Mexico. Unfortunately, when we dug deeper, we found out these statues were not ancient, but were the ruins of a park that was abandoned in the 1990s. But does that mean there aren't any legitimate links between these ancient civilizations? Located in the Kansai region near the center of Japan's main island, we can find the Osaka Castle, which is a 16th century iconic Japanese landmark. But what's really incredible is the foundation on which this castle was built. Osaka Castle was built on a prehistoric foundation of gigantic polygonal blocks, tightly fitted together without any gaps. This mega platform that predates the castle itself looks very similar to the ancient stonework found in Peru, Bolivia, and Egypt. This architectural similarity provides intriguing clues to a possible pre-Diluvian connection between Japan and the advanced prehistoric civilizations scattered around the globe. Such polygonal and cyclopean styles are observed not only in Japan, Peru, Bolivia, and Egypt, but also in distant locales like Easter Island. What might this widespread distribution of a distinct architectural style signify? Could this be evidence of a once global advanced civilization? What's most shocking is that one of these stones weighs approximately 800 tons. This gigantic stone block is known as the octopus stone, also referred to as the drum stone. Its exact origins are still a mystery, and historians still can't fathom how an ancient civilization was able to quarry and transport such gigantic stones without the use of advanced technology. The stone looks similar to the gigantic Baalbek stones found in Lebanon, which are also a historical mystery. We have to consider that even today, with our modern technology, we won't be able to lift and transport the so-called octopus stone. That begs the question, what kind of technologies did this lost prehistoric civilization possess to be able to accomplish this Herculean task? Additionally, there are stones weighing more than 100 tons in different parts of the site, all stacked precisely with minimal gaps. If we look closely at the stone wall, we can see signs of significant weathering on the surface of the blocks, which suggests that this stone foundation could be extremely old. This observation is particularly compelling given the polygonal style's efficacy in seismic zones. This construction technique, where stones interlock tightly without mortar, provides exceptional stability during earthquakes, a frequent threat in this region. This durability might imply that the castle's foundations have endured for thousands of years, withstanding the harshest earthquakes in Japanese history. Despite numerous reconstructions due to warfare, natural disasters, and other devastations, the core ancient structures, particularly the megalithic stones, have likely remained largely unshifted, underscoring the ancient technique's effectiveness. This resilience speaks volumes about the ancient architect's skill and foresight. Moreover, another peculiar feature observed on some of the stones is the signs of vitrification, which suggests that they were exposed to extremely high temperatures, possibly from a cataclysmic event. This detail leads to speculation about their ancient origins and whether these stones could have witnessed global cataclysmic events, such as those posited by the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which theorizes that a comet impact devastated early advanced civilizations. This means that these stones could have been constructed more than 12,000 years ago. Therefore, the question arises, could Osaka Castle's foundations be relics of an ancient, technologically advanced civilization that existed long before our current understanding of history? The evidence suggests a possibility that could fundamentally alter our perception of ancient human achievements. We can see similar megastructures in the Edo Castle in the heart of Tokyo. There are numerous precisely cut stones fitted together without the use of mortar. The remnants of these walls can still be seen around the Imperial Palace, which stands on the former grounds of Edo Castle. Undoubtedly, all of these gigantic structures were built by the same lost civilization and were later built upon by later cultures. If we compare the 16th century Japanese wall construction methods to the perfectly precise stone walls of old, we can see the difference. The Japanese used a more primitive technique known as burdock piling. This method of building stone walls involves fitting large rocks together with cracks filled with pebbles and smaller stones. These walls are uniquely sloped, creating ovate shapes that resemble the blossoms of Japanese burdock plants, hence the technique's name. Although this was still a very sophisticated construction method, as it had greater stability than regular brick walls with mortar and allowed the stones to move slightly during earthquakes without causing significant damage, it is no match to the more ancient polygonal construction method, where the stone blocks were not only significantly larger, but were also fitted much more precisely. We can easily speculate that the medieval people of Japan were capable of building megalithic structures. However, the Japanese medieval people documented and recorded their buildings as well as the constructive processes, but we find no mentions about the megalithic architecture anywhere. Remarkably, on some megalithic stoneworks, like on the Nakanomon stone wall, we can find metal clamps embedded in the blocks. This is an incredible correlation with other megalithic sites across the world, all of which possess the exact same feature. But there are even more structures that correlate with prehistoric civilizations on the other side of the world. Take a look at the spectacular rock-cut tombs in Kyushu. These tombs are hewn into the sides of hills and cliffs, utilizing the natural rock formations as both the medium and the setting for these ancient grave sites. They often feature square or rectangular entrances leading into deep chambers. The creation of these tombs required precise stone carving skills and a deep understanding of rock properties to ensure that the chambers were stable and would not collapse over time. But here's where things get very strange. If we compare the rock-cut tombs of Japan with the Kangxi rock tombs in Turkey, we find remarkable similarities. But similar doorway engravings can be found all over the world, in India, in Peru, Italy, and Egypt. The entrances are adorned with the same rectangular carvings, which is very unusual. What is the chance for this being a coincidence? And these are not the only rock-cut tombs in Japan. There are also the Yoshimi Hayakwana ancient burial tombs. The name Yoshimi Hayakwana translates to 100 holes of Yoshimi. This site consists of 216 ancient burial caves carved into a hillside. Each tomb features a small square entrance leading to a round, domed interior. The caves vary in size, but are typically just large enough to hold 1 or 2 adult bodies. Some tombs are adorned with simple carvings or niches which might have held offerings or memorial items. Of the most impressive of the rock-cut dwellings are the Ishinuki Nagino Caves, situated in the Nagasaki district. These intricate tombs represent a remarkable archaeological feat characterized by a series of ancient niches and small caves carved into a 250-meter-long rock formation. These caves are numbering 48 in total, and all of them have skillful finishing and intricate decorations, both on the facades and within the interiors. Some of the interior chambers are quite large, which led some researchers to suggest that this site was not just a tomb, but some kind of ancient city ingrained in the hillside. The effort to carve these chambers directly into the rock and to extract so many tons of material reflects the sophisticated capabilities of the people who made them. The unique rectangular engraving found on the entrances of many of these sites, from Turkey to Japan, can also be seen on the Ishi-no Hoden Kofun, which is an incredible megalithic structure located in Takasago. This ancient monument is carved from a single massive stone and is estimated to weigh around 500 tons. The monolith is quarried from a type of fine-grained bluish-gray granite, and as we said before, granite is one of the hardest materials on Earth. The structure is roughly cubic, with a flat top that some believe had some sort of purpose. What makes Ishi-no Hoden particularly intriguing is the precision with which it has been carved and shaped. The surfaces are remarkably smooth and flat, with clean, straight edges that suggest a high level of technical skill and meticulous planning. This level of craftsmanship indicates that the builders not only had the tools necessary to work granite, but also a profound understanding of stone masonry. The site is associated with several legends, one of which suggests that it floats above the ground. Historically, the site is believed to have been used for burial purposes by the local ruling class, as the complexity and number of the tombs suggest significant time, resources, and labor investment. The site's secluded location and the effort required to carve these tombs into rock faces indicate that this was a sacred area reserved for individuals of high status or spiritual significance. Strangely, similar sites can be found on other parts of the globe. One of the more remarkable tombs found in Japan is the so-called turtle tombs, also known as kamekobaka. These unique structures, predominantly found throughout the Ryukyu Islands, capture attention not only due to their unusual turtle-like shape, but also because of the profound architectural and historical significance they embody. The Okinawa turtle tombs are meticulously carved from limestone, a sedimentary rock prevalent in the region, which has been used extensively across Okinawa for various construction purposes due to its relative abundance and workability. The tombs are shaped to resemble a turtle's back. This design is not merely aesthetic but imbued with deep symbolic meaning, reflecting a reverence for ancestors and the belief in their continued presence and protection in the afterlife. The construction of turtle tombs involves a sophisticated understanding of stone carving. Each tomb is crafted to have a dome-like, rounded top with a flat underside that rests on the ground. Traditionally, the turtle tombs are thought to have originated in the 17th century during the flourishing of the Ryukyu Kingdom. However, some scholars and historians propose that these tombs could be much older, possibly dating back to a prehistoric period or being the work of an unknown ancient civilization that once inhabited the region. This theory is spurred by the sophistication of the tomb's design and the advanced masonry skills required to construct them, which some argue may surpass the capabilities traditionally attributed to the Ryukyuans of historical records. These structures exhibit flawlessly polished surfaces and are meticulously cut, featuring perfectly precise 90-degree angles and edges. The weathering on the stone also suggests they are extremely old, leading to the belief that they were used by the people of the 17th century, but weren't actually constructed by them. Additionally, there are turtle tombs so ancient that they are barely recognizable, engulfed in earth and vegetation, suggesting they could be thousands of years older than mainstream historians believe. Strangely, these structures look very similar to the Quenuani structures in Peru. The design looks remarkably identical. During the fierce conflicts in Okinawa between Japanese and U.S. forces in World War II, records indicate that both locals and soldiers sought refuge within the turtleback tombs, which subsequently became strategic points of contention in the battle to control them. This showcases the strength of the massive constructions. Regardless of their true origins, the turtle tombs remain a vital part of Okinawa's heritage and are revered as sacred sites even to this day, with people continuing to construct tombs for their relatives in similar designs. And speaking of tombs, you should know that the entirety of Japan is filled with thousands of tombs, most of which are unexcavated. These tombs, or Kofun as they are known, vary significantly in size, shape, and construction method. The most common shapes are keyhole-shaped, circular-shaped, and square-shaped. The keyhole-shaped Kofun, which is unique to Japan, is particularly fascinating. It combines a square front and a circular rear. These keyhole-shaped tombs were constructed with remarkable precision and attention to detail. They are vast, island-like structures encircled by a moat, with some featuring several smaller moats. In Sakai City in particular, there is the Mozu Kofun group, which consists of more than 100 burial mounds spread across a large area. The largest and most famous of these is the Daisen Kofun, which measures around 1,600 feet in length, which is 490 meters. This makes the surface area of this tomb bigger than the surface area of the pyramids of Giza, and makes the Daisen Kofun the largest tomb by area in the world. The creation of this tomb was estimated to have taken 2,000 workers who worked a continuous 16 years to finish it, after removing 1.6 million cubic meters of soil. According to the local legend, to construct a Kofun, people would work during the day, while the gods worked at night. Despite their massive size, little is known about the Kofuns. Because Kofuns are associated with Japan's mythological first emperors, archaeologists are not permitted to excavate or even enter most of these sites. For this reason, these ancient tombs remain shrouded in secrecy, guarded closely by the Japanese government and the Imperial Household Agency. The limited knowledge available only heightens the sense of fascination surrounding these keyhole tombs, leaving us yearning to uncover what's hidden inside them. As for the gigantic Daisen Kofun, it is believed to be the burial site of Emperor Nintoku, one of Japan's legendary emperors. However, this theory is mainly based on an ancient text which reads that, among 5 kings sleeps the Emperor Nintoku. However, this text was written hundreds of years after the actual construction of the Kofun, so who or what's truly inside is still a mystery. The global significance of the Kofun tombs was highlighted when the Mozu Kofun group was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2019. This recognition underscores the importance of these tombs not only to Japanese history, but to the broader understanding of ancient civilizations. The restricted access and limited archaeological excavation of the Kofun tombs in Japan have given rise to various conspiracy theories and speculations. Some believe that the Kofun holds advanced ancient technologies or knowledge that modern authorities want to keep secret. Interestingly, there are many keyhole ancient structures and depictions all across the world. It's clear that this symbol had a profound meaning across these cultures. There are the keyhole tombs found in Sardinia, although they are a bit different. These tombs are characterized by their elongated burial chambers with a distinct keyhole-shaped layout, similar in shape but different in function and construction to the keyhole-shaped Kofun tombs in Japan. This keyhole tomb is attributed to the Nuragic civilization, which is one of the Mediterranean's most ancient cultures that existed around 4,000 years ago. Another keyhole structure can be found in Egypt at the Kam Ombo Temple, which is famous for the mummified crocodiles found there. This architectural innovation was called the Nilometer and was used to measure the Nile River's water level during its annual flood cycle. It consisted of a single vertical column marked with graduations and submerged in the river. The markings allowed observers to read the water level as it rose or fell against the column. Another keyhole ancient marvel is the Saudi Arabia geoglyphs. The keyhole geoglyphs in Saudi Arabia are part of a fascinating and enigmatic group of archaeological features known as the Works of the Old Men, which spread across the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula. They are typically constructed from stone and are thought to be around 2,000 to 9,000 years old, dating back to the Neolithic period. Their function and purpose are still unknown. There are many more keyhole structures and depiction that in different ways resemble the Japanese Kofun tombs. However, there's another site, which unlike the keyhole structures we showed you so far, doesn't resemble, but looks like an exact copy of the Japanese Kofuns. But there's a twist. This site is not located on Earth. In 2016, researchers studying high-resolution photos of the surface of Mars spotted an eerily similar keyhole-shaped mound. The structure displays extraordinary symmetry, and what's shocking is that there aren't any large geographical features anywhere near this structure. The enigmatic structure visible on numerous satellite images of the Red Planet displays staggering similarities to the ancient Japanese Kofun tombs. Many UFO researchers agree and claim that the structure identified on Mars probably went through millions of years of erosion, but it's clearly visible. Shape is a definitive telltale sign of the possibility of an ancient civilization that inhabited Mars thousands, if not millions of years ago. These seemingly outlandish theories are actually supported by Japanese mythology, which is rife with tales that could be interpreted as encounters with extraterrestrial beings. In fact, the first emperor of Japan is considered to be a descendant of a celestial god. And in Shinto, the indigenous religion of Japan, there are numerous deities known as kami, which are described as interdimensional beings descending from the sky. Perhaps the most cited example in discussions about ancient alien theories in Japan is the Taketori Monogatari, also known as the Tale of Princess Kaguya. This 10th century narrative is considered Japan's oldest prose narrative, detailing the life of a mysterious moon child, Kaguya Hime, who is discovered inside a glowing bamboo stalk. As the story unfolds, Kaguya Hime grows into a woman of uncommon beauty, eventually revealing that she is from the moon and must return to her celestial family. The descriptions of her celestial origins, her return to the moon in what could be seen as a spacecraft, and the heavenly entourage that comes to retrieve her, are often interpreted by alien theorists as an allegory for extraterrestrial visitation. In fact, there's a 7,000-year-old ancient rocket ship cave carving found in Japan. It is still a mystery how ancient people were able to carve a petroglyph that looks identical to a modern rocket ship. The most famous UFO encounter in Japanese history happened 220 years ago during feudal times. In 1803, during the late Edo period on the shores of Harayadori in Hitachi Province, local fishermen witnessed a perplexing sight. An unusual craft was seen drifting toward the shore. This object, covered in small metal plates reminiscent of the heat-resistant tiles used on space shuttles, eventually washed ashore, sparking curiosity and astonishment among the locals. The design of this craft was extraordinary, as it had glass windows in its upper section, likening its appearance and construction to technologies not seen until the modern era. As the crowd gathered around the mysterious vessel, a hatch opened, and from within emerged a young woman. The woman had a distinctive red hair and eyebrows and held a mysterious box. She was dressed in strange, unfamiliar garments and spoke an indecipherable language. Inside the craft, onlookers discovered writings resembling hieroglyphs, a type of script completely unknown to them. This story of the Utsuro Bune, as the craft came to be known, appears in 3 different ancient Japanese texts. Considering that these texts are historical, for many in Japan, this tale is viewed not just as folklore, but as a potential historical encounter with what some might deem a celestial visitor. Today, there are museums in Japan that even show a recreation of the vehicle encountered in 1803, although they refrain from calling it a UFO. Perhaps the most famous prehistoric megalithic structure linked to ancient extraterrestrials is the Masuda no Iwafun, which translates to the rock ship of Masuda. This incredible megalith weighs 800 tons and is carved from a single piece of granite. Strangely, it doesn't resemble any other architecture in Japan. Many believe it is some kind of representation of the celestial vesicles of the gods, but to this day, no one knows who carved or placed it there. On the other three sides, trellis-shaped chisel marks can be seen close to the ground. Because granite is known to be difficult to carve, even with modern tools, this sculpture fascinates specialists and scientists who consider it a technical wonder. On the north side of the structure, there is a square scale-like pattern. The most popular theory about the stone's construction is that it was used as an astronomical observation point. Its orientation alignment with the slope suggests that the monolith may be linked with the Japanese lunar calendar and to the first astronomical observations. However, some experts disagree with this. With no conclusive information regarding the significance of this enigmatic stone structure, the whys and wherefores of its existence remain a mystery to this day. But if there was an advanced ancient civilization tens of thousands of years ago, would the first and oldest known civilization in Japan know something about them? The Jomon culture, which dates back to around 14,000 BC, are considered the first people to inhabit what is now Japan. The Jomon people were predominantly hunter-gatherers, though they also engaged in early forms of agriculture, and considering the era in which they existed, we can agree they were very primitive. They didn't have clothes and instead used animal skin. For this reason, the various dogu figurines created by them are quite unusual. These figures are depicted wearing sophisticated costumes and garments that resemble armor. How could such an intricate costume or armor have been imagined in a culture where clothing wasn't made from anything but hides? The strange thing is that similar figures were found all across Japan. Given the sparse population, estimated at only about 250,000 at its peak, and the limited modes of transportation, primarily walking, it is intriguing how such a specific image became commonly accepted among people who were barely in any contact with each other. This widespread acceptance might indicate that the staring dogu might have been based on something all of these ancient people actually saw. But considering these beings look like extraterrestrials with their bulging eyes and exaggerated proportions, together with their costume which looks like a spacesuit, it makes you wonder, how is this possible? But there are other strange figures, like the so-called reptilian statues, which date back to the Asuka period around 6th century AD. They look very similar to the 7,000-year-old Ubaid statues from Mesopotamia. There is no definitive explanation for why these statues have reptilian features, but we know well that reptilian humanoid figures are depicted all across the world. If these figurines represent a long-lost ancient civilization, this means that this civilization existed more than 15,000 years ago, in a prehistoric era before the Ice Age. This was a time so ancient that the sea level and the waters surrounding Japan weren't even there. But does that mean there may be more megalithic structures on the seabed near Japan? In 1986, a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake was scouting for a good spot to observe hammerhead sharks. As Aratake explored the waters, he encountered massive underwater rock formations with sharp, precise angles and fine edges that struck him as too unusual for a natural formation. Intrigued by the geometric nature of the rocks, he noticed that they resembled architectural structures, complete with terraces, steps, and flat surfaces that mimicked the appearance of step pyramids and other ancient man-made constructions. The site became known as the Yonaguni Monument, named after the southernmost of the Ryukyu Islands in Japan where it was discovered. The site's largest and most famous structure, which resembles a stepped pyramid, extends some 90 meters at its base and rises to a height of about 25 meters. Realizing the potential significance of his find, Aratake alerted marine scientists, including Professor Masaki Kimura of the University of the Ryukyus. Kimura, along with other researchers, began a detailed investigation of the site, which led to further discoveries of the monument's features, including columns, roads, and what appeared to be cross-shaped formations, all suggesting the possibility of an ancient, submerged, man-made site. Dr. Kimura argues that the monument could be the remains of a 10,000-year-old city, submerged at the end of the last ice age due to rising sea levels. According to his research, the formations on Yonaguni show evidence of human modification, such as the deliberate carving of the rocks, consistent spacing and dimensions of structural features, and the presence of what he interprets as roads, ceremonial centers, and perhaps even large-scale water management systems. Dr. Kimura's hypothesis is supported by comparisons to known ancient constructions, particularly those involving large stone blocks or megalithic architecture, such as those found in ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Central America. These comparisons are used to argue that the skills and technologies required to create a site like Yonaguni might have been available to a prehistoric civilization with advanced engineering knowledge. Nevertheless, the established archaeological institutions deem the site a natural formation, made entirely by nature. But how is this possible, considering there are straight lines, steps, and sharp edges, all with exact 90-degree angles? The region around Yonaguni has a rich history and mythology that includes legends of lost continents and great floods, similar to flood myths found in many cultures around the world. These stories, passed down through generations, sometimes speak of ancient cities and civilizations that were swallowed by the sea, lending a mythical allure to the idea that Yonaguni could be a remnant of such a lost world. One such story is the lost, ancient kingdom of Yamatai. It is believed to have been a vast and powerful nation that disappeared from history as rising sea levels submerged its cities beneath the ocean. Yamatai was reportedly governed by a mysterious sorceress named Himiko. Its exact location has never been identified, nor have the causes of its vanishing been understood. Interestingly, the existence of Yamatai has been confirmed by historical documents from 300 AD. Records even mention their queen, Himiko, dispatching an envoy to the Chinese emperor. It's theorized that tectonic movements in the region may have led to Yamatai being engulfed by the sea. Despite the fascinating theories of a man-made origin, the Yonaguni Monument is the subject of ongoing debate among scientists. Some geologists and archaeologists argue that the monument's features can be explained by natural geological processes such as tectonic activity, which is common in this seismically active region. They point out that sandstone, which makes up the monument, is prone to fracturing and erosion in patterns that can mimic man-made structures. However, the theory that the Yonaguni Monument might be man-made is not without its merits and continues to be a subject of intense research and exploration. The precise angles and the seeming organization of the structure suggest that further investigations are needed to fully understand the origins and nature of this underwater enigma. There are many more unexplained structures and mysteries we found during our research, which we won't be able to scope into this video. We journeyed through the dense forests and coastal waters of Japan to uncover remnants of an unknown civilization that once mastered the landscape, both above and below the sea. These structures suggest a sophisticated knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and geology, indicating that the people who built them had capabilities that far exceed the traditional view of prehistoric societies. As we close this exploration, the revelations we've encountered compel us to reconsider not just the history of Japan, but the very narrative of human civilization. Located 2,500 miles off the coast of Peru in the heart of the South Pacific Ocean lies Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui. This is the easternmost Polynesian island and the most remote inhabited place on the planet. Many see it as one of the most mysterious pre-Diluvian sites on the planet, mainly because of the iconic and still unexplained Moai statues that dot the island, together with the massive megalithic stone structures that are identical to those found in South America, Egypt, and Japan. The Moai statues of Easter Island are often recognized as one of the most fascinating archaeological mysteries in the world. They were first encountered by Europeans in 1722 when Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen arrived on the island on Easter Sunday, from which the island derived its name. These colossal stone figures have intrigued archaeologists and visitors for centuries due to their massive scale and the mystery surrounding their creation and purpose. Nearly 900 statues exist, varying in height from a modest 3 feet or 1 meter to an impressive 33 feet or 10 meters. Some of these statues weigh up to 82 tons. That's 3 times more than the megalithic stones at Stonehenge. Initially, it was thought that the Moai statues were just these massive heads with no bodies. However, in 2017, researchers made an excavation revealing that the statues have torsos and truncated waists buried in the ground. According to mainstream historians, the statues are 800 years old. However, 800 is not enough for the ground to swallow 25 feet of the statues, especially when you consider the climate on Easter Island. Easter Island's soil accumulation rate is not precisely documented, but considering the island's relatively sparse vegetation and volcanic origin, the rate of soil buildup could be slower than more fertile or densely vegetated areas. If we assume a moderate deposition rate of about 0.5 millimeters per year, this means that it might take approximately 15,200 years for 25 feet of a statue to be naturally buried on Easter Island. Certainly, this estimate is highly speculative and could vary significantly. Regardless of the precise number of years, it is clear that they would not be as few as 800 years. And it's clear the statues weren't buried intentionally, as there were remarkable carvings on the buried bodies. All of the statues had hands depicted on them. The hands are slender and rest closely against the body, directed towards the navel. Curiously, on the pillars of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which is approximately 12,000 years old, we find the exact same hand posture, with very long, slim fingers pointing to the navel. Similar depictions can be found all across the world by various other ancient civilizations. We must also consider that traditionally, Easter Island was known as the navel of the world. Similarly, Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey was referred to as Potbelly Hill, which again hints at a central navel-like concept. Navali Quarry, another ancient site in southeastern Turkey dating back to around 10,000 to 11,000 years ago, now destroyed, was a sister site to Göbekli Tepe. At Navali Quarry, like on Easter Island, numerous statues were found with hands directed towards the navel. Notably, one of the statues shared an identical design with a base that supports the Moai statues on Easter Island. This design depicts what appears to be 2 human forms standing or dancing together. The most shocking similarities can be found when we examine the petroglyphs on the back of the Moai statues. Compare these carvings with those found at Göbekli Tepe. At the top of Göbekli Tepe's vulture stone, we see 3 handbags. On top of the Moai statues, we see a face, and next to it are also 3 objects. Below these, we see bird figures, and between them, we see a circle. On Göbekli Tepe, we see a Scorpio, while on the Moai statues, we see a symbol resembling a Scorpio. At the bottom right of the vulture stone, we see a headless man. On many of the Moai statues, we don't see a headless man in the bottom right corner. Instead, we see the decapitated head that is missing from the body of Göbekli Tepe. Are all of these correlations just coincidence? And if they aren't, how is this possible, considering Easter Island and Göbekli Tepe are situated on opposite sides of the globe? The approximate distance between these two locations is around 8,600 miles, or about 14,000 kilometers. Moreover, Göbekli Tepe is approximately 12,000 years old. Does that mean the civilization on Easter Island could also been from this time period? And if these carvings can be found on both sites, this means that the message they were trying to convey must be very important. But what does it mean? In 2017, two scientists came forward with a remarkable answer. Chemical engineers Martin Sweatman and Dimitrios Tsikritsis began examining Göbekli Tepe's famous vulture stone and believed that the depiction was, in Sweatman's words, encoding some kind of information. And upon closer examination, they thought they knew what that information was. They proposed that the animals depicted on the pillar were in fact zodiacal representations of ancient constellations, a scorpion as Scorpio, a duck-like figure as Libra, a wolf as Lupus, and so on, each arranged around a circular shape in the center representing the sun. In this way, Sweatman and Tsikritsis believed that the vulture stone provided a date stamp for some sort of event in human history, the carvings recording a time in the past when the constellations were arranged as they were on the stone. But what could this event have been? Sweatman and Tsikritsis believed the vulture stone provided an answer for that too. They declared that the series of square symbols near the top of the pillar with strange lines descending from them represented the fragments of a comet falling to Earth, while the headless man in the bottom right corner symbolized the disaster and loss of life these fragments caused. As they proposed in their seminal article in Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry Journal, the vulture stone was a memorial to this devastating event, probably the worst day in history since the end of the last ice age. Their most interesting and important piece of evidence that this was true was not simply their interpretation of ancient carvings, but what happened when they tried to determine when this proposed comet event had taken place. If the carvings were recording a specific date according to the alignment of the constellations, then what was this date? Using computer software, Sweatman and Tsikritsis had determined 3 times in the past in which the constellations were aligned as depicted on the vulture stone: 4,350 BCE, 10,950 BCE, and 18,000 BCE. Why was this so important? Because 10,950 BCE corresponded perfectly with something called the Younger Dryas event. Younger Dryas was a cataclysmic event roughly 12,900 to 11,600 years ago in which the Earth underwent a period of global cooling, which pushed many parts of the Earth into Ice Age conditions. Geological and archaeological records show that this period was one of terrifying destruction across the globe, a time of super tsunamis and mass flooding, of severe wildfires which filled the atmosphere with enough ash to block out the sun, a period of worldwide animal extinctions. While the existence of the Younger Dryas event is well documented, scientists have always been unsure of what exactly caused it. One of the leading hypotheses which has long existed is that the Younger Dryas event was caused by a comet exploding in Earth's atmosphere, showering the planet with fragments, the largest of which would have crashed into the ice caps covering North America at the time, vaporizing them instantly and throwing the Earth's entire ecosystem out of whack. According to Sweatman and Tsikritsis, the vulture stone at Göbekli Tepe, showing the constellations in exactly the position they would have been in when the Younger Dryas event took place, was in fact a record of the event taking place, and moreover, of it specifically being caused by a comet. As Sweatman said in an interview, "I think this research, along with the recent finding of a widespread platinum anomaly across the North American continent, virtually seal the case in favor of a Younger Dryas comet impact." Could this be true? Could Younger Dryas have definitively been caused by a comet? And could the vulture stone at Göbekli Tepe and the similar depictions on Easter Island be a record of this disaster laid down by an ancient civilization missing from our history books? Things get even stranger when we take a look at the massive stone ruins of Vinapu. These megalithic mortarless structures may actually predate the Moai statues themselves. The main wall is composed of enormous slabs, with each stone interlocking with the next. The blocks fit so well that you can't even slide a piece of paper between them. If you watched our series before, you probably noticed that this structure is not similar but identical to other megalithic stone walls across the world, such as that at Cusco, Machu Picchu, Sacsayhuaman, and Ollantaytambo, also those in Egypt, and all across the globe to Japan. Similar to those structures, the wall at Vinapu is seamlessly assembled using irregularly shaped stones with rounded edges and includes small stones filling the gaps. In fact, the Moai statues themselves have a significant similarity to these strange figures found on the cliffs of northern Peru, attributed to the Chachapoya culture. Interestingly, these are not statues but actual sarcophagi that represent the so-called cloud people. The similarity with the Moai statues is incredible. The Chachapoyas are a lost culture about which we know very little. What we know is that they predated the Inca by more than 6 centuries, living in the northern highlands of Peru. But let's get back to the stone structures. In 1774, Captain Cook and his British expedition marveled at the precision of the megalithic masonry on Easter Island. Cook even compared these meticulously fitted stone walls to the best constructions in England, expressing particular admiration for a large wall at Hangaroa. Tragically, this wall no longer exists as its stones were repurposed in the construction of a new harbor. Many of the ancient megalithic structures along the cliffs, observed by early explorers like Cook and William J. Thompson in the 1700s and 1800s, have since succumbed to the relentless ocean surf and landslides. By 1923, explorer and author J. McMillan Brown visited Easter Island, noting that the tooling and fitting of the Cyclopean blocks were exactly the same as those in Peru. Decades later, in the 1950s, Norwegian author and explorer Thor Heyerdahl conducted significant archaeological digs on the island. He discovered a megalithic wall of finely hewn and perfectly fitting blocks on the landward side of an ahu, a structure that predated the Middle Period walls visible above ground. Nothing similar was found elsewhere in Polynesia, leading Heyerdahl to assert that the architectural inspiration likely originated from South America, the nearest continent to the east. Despite everything, mainstream historians and archaeologists state that there is absolutely no connection between South America and Easter Island, let alone other parts of the world, such as Egypt and Japan. But there are other mysterious correlations found on Easter Island. In 1864, a Roman Catholic friar exploring the villages of Easter Island made a captivating discovery in many Rapa Nui homes of the native people of the island. He encountered various sticks and tablets adorned with mysterious etchings. These markings, shaped like humans, animals, and various geometric forms, intrigued him. Upon inquiry, the locals referred to these inscriptions as Rongorongo, a term in the Rapa Nui language meaning to speak out or to recite, suggesting a linguistic function. Despite its apparent significance, the meaning of the Rongorongo script remains a mystery as it's still not deciphered. Moreover, While some native Rapa Nui people hint at understanding its meaning, they often withhold this knowledge from outsiders, leaving a significant mystery intact. Surprisingly, a similar script was found at Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, which was part of one of the oldest civilizations in the world, known as the Indus Valley Civilization. We have an entire documentary on the Indus Valley Civilization, which some believe actually predates the Sumerians themselves. Like the script found on Easter Island, the Indus Valley script is also indecipherable, and strangely, it looks very similar to the script on Easter Island. But how is this possible? Does this parallel suggest an ancient global connection that might link these disparate cultures? It is hypothesized that around 15,000 years ago, sea levels were as much as 350 feet lower than they are today. This significant drop in ocean levels could mean that what we currently recognize as separate islands might have once been interconnected by a series of land bridges. This could lead to a possibility of an ancient international cultural connection via southern Tamil, extending through the now sunken island chains from the Indian Ocean towards Australia and Polynesia into the South Pacific. This geological configuration could have facilitated migrations and cultural exchanges across these regions, potentially linking diverse ancient civilizations. The mystery surrounding Rongorongo deepened with the findings of Dr. Robert Schock, who was investigating Easter Island. His wife, Catherine Ulisse, made a striking observation linking the Rongorongo script with plasma forms studied by Dr. Anthony Parrott. These forms, appearing in the sky during solar storms, resembled the mysterious Rongorongo glyphs. Ulisse proposed that the Rongorongo tablets might be ancient recordings of celestial events witnessed during intense solar activities around 10,000 BC. Plasma impacting Earth could lead to dramatic environmental and geological effects, such as heating and fusing rock, igniting flammable materials, melting ice caps, and vaporizing water bodies, which in turn could trigger prolonged heavy rainfall and a subsequent warming of the climate. The subsequent release of pressure from the melting of massive ice sheets might also provoke earthquakes and cause molten rock under pressure to erupt as volcanoes. Such chaotic conditions are believed to be documented by ancient petroglyphs and the Rongorongo texts. The plasma event, dated around 9,700 BCE, is hypothesized to have wiped out advanced civilizations and high cultures of that era.
So we suggest, Katie and I, that maybe the Rongorongo tablets are recording some kind of, if it's solar plasma outbursts, or maybe in the context here, other type of plasma configurations, cataclysms, geomagnetic storms. Could it be recording this? In fact, when you look at the glyphs, they seem to, in many cases, morph from one form to another, as if they're recording like a film.
Additionally, radiation from the plasma might have impacted mental and psychic capacities, possibly explaining the widespread myth of a golden age, a period when beings possessed superior mental faculties. This event around 9,700 BCE aligns well with Plato's description of Atlantis, suggesting it may have been the historical basis for these legends. The script's presence on Easter Island and its potential connections to the Indus Valley civilization propose an ancient intercontinental cultural exchange. The Rongorongo script, with its Birdman symbolism and perplexing glyphs, remains one of the greatest linguistic mysteries, potentially holding keys to understanding ancient global migrations and exchanges. Yet, the true nature of its origin and meaning continues to elude scholars, making it a captivating subject of study in the fields of linguistics, archaeology, and anthropology. Most shocking was the similarity between the Rongorongo symbols and the Nazca geoglyphs. Take a look at yourself and make the comparison. There are miles of caves beneath the island, and many of them haven't even been explored. One of the most interesting cave networks on Easter Island holds incredible mysteries and is associated with the ancient cult of worship of an entity known as the Birdman, a being that seemingly came from the sky and captivated the Rapa Nui so much that they abandoned their previous religion and started worshiping it. In this cave network, which has many extensions, some of which are not yet excavated, we can find a mysterious petroglyph depicting a head with large eyes. Many believe this depicts some kind of otherworldly being, as similar pictographs have been found all across the world, including the Nazca people, Japan, Sumeria, and many more. The Rapa Nui people refer to these deities as the Make. If we go deeper into this cave network, we can find more carvings of strange beings that do not resemble regular humans. At this section of the cave, there are dozens of these depictions, and more surprisingly, right below these images, there are ancient bones that were left for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Till this day, the bones haven't been tested as the place is still considered sacred. There are many more sites with petroglyphs that are barely visible today, most of which represent the Birdman. In fact, in 2017, a groundbreaking discovery was made regarding the iconic Moai statues of Easter Island, specifically their massive 13-ton stone hats known as pukao. Utilizing advanced techniques in photography and 3D modeling, archaeologists found a surprising diversity of petroglyphs carved into these hats. These intricate carvings, which are barely visible today, suggest that multiple groups of people may have contributed to their creation, indicating a more complex social structure and cultural expression than previously understood. Considering these hats are separate from the Moai statues, it's quite a mystery how they managed to place them on top of the statues. It's well known that all Moai statues had their pukao on top of them, and considering some of the statues are 30 feet tall, lifting a 13-ton block at such a height is still unexplained. The lifting and transportation of the Moai statues themselves is also quite an achievement, and there are several theories of how this was possible. These statues were primarily carved at the Rongorongo quarry, a volcanic crater that provided the main source of the island's easily workable volcanic tuff. The process of carving the Moai was a meticulous and labor-intensive endeavor. The Moai were carved directly out of the rock face, with the sculptors starting at the head and progressing downward until they reached the torso, leaving the back of the statue attached to the rock. Once the front and sides of the Moai were completed, the final and perhaps most risky stage involved detaching the statue from the bedrock. This was done by carving a deep groove around the base of the statue and then using wooden levers to gradually pry the Moai free from the rock face. But how were the statues transported, considering some of them weigh up to 82 tons? According to the legend, the Moai statues walked to their position. One of the earliest and most famous theories was proposed by the Norwegian adventurer and ethnographer Thor Heyerdahl in 1955. Heyerdahl theorized that the Rapa Nui people used wooden rollers to move the statues. According to his hypothesis, the islanders cut down trees to use as logs. These logs were placed under the massive stone statues, which allowed them to be rolled along the ground from the quarry at Rongorongo to their final locations on the ceremonial platforms known as ahu spread across the island's perimeter. Heyerdahl even tested this method successfully, although the task was very hard and required substantial manpower. But according to the legend, the Moai statues weren't dragged. The legend states that the statues walked to their locations. This led to another interesting theory. The idea, which at first may sound fantastical, is actually grounded in practical engineering principles and has been demonstrated in experimental archaeology. The walking theory was notably revitalized by archaeologists Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo, who conducted extensive fieldwork on Easter Island. They proposed that the Rapa Nui used a method involving ropes and a carefully coordinated rocking motion to move the moai upright. According to this theory, the statues were tilted forward, and ropes were tied around the head and base of the statues. Teams of people then used the ropes to rock the statue from side to side, advancing it forward in a controlled walking-like motion. This method of transportation would explain several peculiar features of the moai. Many of the statues have a D-shaped base, which facilitates rocking motion without allowing the statue to tip over completely. Additionally, this theory aligns with the wear patterns found on the bases of transported statues, which are consistent with the kind of abrasion that would occur through such a rocking motion. To test this theory, scientists along with a team including National Geographic conducted an experiment using a replica of a moai. They demonstrated that with 3 strong ropes and a team of about 18 people, a 5-ton moai could be moved in this fashion at a reasonable pace and with considerable control. Still, we're not sure if this method will be possible for the statues that weigh 82 tons. Regardless of their actual method of transportation, there's the mystery of their placement. The nearly 1,000 massive moai statues are dispersed throughout the island in a manner that lacks an apparent systematic arrangement. If the statues were intended solely for symbolic or ritualistic purposes, one might anticipate finding them in prominent positions, such as atop hills or mountain peaks, where they would be highly visible. Surprisingly, this is not the case. Instead, the moai are often located in less conspicuous places, including coastal areas and lower elevations, facing inward towards the island's interior rather than outward towards the sea. This unusual placement strategy suggests that the moai may have served purposes beyond mere visibility or aesthetics. Recent theories propose that the positioning of the statues could be strategically linked to essential resources or social structures within the Rapa Nui community. For example, some researchers believe the moai were placed near freshwater sources, playing a crucial role in marking vital resources for survival. Researchers used statistical analysis and digital mapping and found striking correlations. The majority of the moai statues were indeed located at freshwater sources. This hypothesized that the statues were positioned to mark these critical resources, serving not only as monumental art or religious symbols, but also as practical indicators of water locations vital for survival. By marking freshwater sources, the moai would have played a critical role in the social and economic life of the island, helping to manage and maintain access to this scarce resource.
The blue areas are close to freshwater sources, while the yellow farther away. And what's really fascinating is that most of the ahu heads are in the blue areas near water sources. It really does seem like there's a genuine relationship.
But who were these people that managed to survive and thrive on such remote and isolated place? One of the most intriguing aspects of the Rapa Nui people, as recorded by early European visitors, is the presence of individuals with red hair among the predominantly dark-haired Polynesian population. This characteristic has sparked various hypotheses about their origins and genetic makeup. In fact, many believe the so-called hats of the moai statues are not actually hats, but their red hair. Researchers like Brian Forster believe that the Polynesians weren't the first to settle Easter Island, and they only arrived there around 1,000 years ago, discovering the remnants of a more advanced pre-existing civilization. This hypothesis suggests that the first Polynesian settlers found either the remains or perhaps even living members of an earlier society that had developed significant technological advancements, which may have influenced the subsequent cultural and architectural developments observed by later visitors. When Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen first arrived on Easter Island in 1722, his crew documented a surprising diversity among the island's inhabitants. According to Roggeveen's logbook, the population included a wide range of physical characteristics. They noted tall and short individuals, people with black, red, and even blonde hair, as well as variations in skin color from light to dark. This diversity is particularly notable given the island's isolated location in the Pacific Ocean. Such observations have fueled speculation about the origins and composition of Easter Island's population. The presence of diverse physical traits might suggest multiple waves of migration, possibly from different parts of Polynesia or even from the Americas, although evidence for the latter is more contentious among scholars. The variety in hair color and skin tone among the inhabitants could also be attributed to genetic diversity within a relatively small gene pool, which can amplify less common traits. This blending of characteristics might indicate that Easter Island was a melting pot for different cultures and migrations over the centuries. But how sophisticated and developed was this first civilization that built the massive megalithic structures? Curiously, on the Marquesas Islands of French Polynesia, located approximately 2,300 miles northwest of Easter Island, there's a carving of the 7 tikis. The tikis refer not to actual statues, but to a group of legendary figures or demigods who are important in the cosmology and folklore of the Marquesas Islands. These figures are often described as creator gods or ancestral spirits who played a crucial role in the creation myths and the spiritual life of the Marquesan people. These tikis look very similar to the Make gods depicted in the caves of Easter Island, which also have large eyes. But that's not the only connection. There's an old story on the Marquesas that an ancient powerful chief had 7 sons whom he valued greatly. As the sons reached maturity, the chief decided it was time for them to prove their worth and courage and prepare them for future leadership. To accomplish this, he tasked them with a formidable challenge. They were to embark on a voyage to a distant and sacred island. This island was not only far away but shrouded in mystery and said to be guarded by spirits and other supernatural entities. The journey itself would be treacherous, involving rough seas and unpredictable weather, testing the sons' navigation skills, resilience, and endurance. Moreover, the chief instructed his sons to bring back a token of their journey, typically an object of spiritual significance, such as a sacred stone or feather from a rare bird, which were believed to hold powerful mana, which is spiritual energy. On Easter Island, there's an ancient tradition where young men would participate in a daring and highly competitive ritual known as the Birdman competition, or Tangata Manu. This event was not just a test of physical prowess, but also a profound spiritual and cultural practice that connected the participants with their ancestors and the divine. The competition took place annually around the village of Rongorongo, a ceremonial village perched on the edge of a high volcanic crater overlooking the sea. The goal was to obtain the first egg of the season from the sooty tern, a seabird that nested on the nearby islet of Motu Nui. The contestants, or hapu, each sponsored by different clans or tribal leaders, would swim across the shark-infested waters to Motu Nui, enduring harsh conditions and risking their lives in the process. Many didn't survive the competition, drowning or getting eaten by a shark. The one who survives and successfully brings an egg would then be declared the Birdman, earning a sacred status and ruling powers for his clan for the duration of the year. This ritual, steeped in the belief of the mana, spiritual energy carried by the egg, mirrors in some ways the quest of the Marquess-in-Chief's sons. Both practices involve a perilous journey to a sacred place, the retrieval of an object imbued with spiritual significance, and the potential for elevated status upon successful completion of the task. But that's not the only connection. One of the most iconic and intriguing sites on Easter Island is the ceremonial platform known as Ahu Akivi. Unlike other platforms scattered on the island, this one is quite unique. On this platform, there are 7 moai statues, and these statues are notable not only for their number but also for their orientation. Unlike all moai statues that face inland, these 7 statues face seaward. Could these 7 figures be somehow connected to the legend of the 7 sons of a great and powerful chief from the Marquesas? And does that mean there was a connection between these islands? But how far does the connection of Easter Island to other sites around the world actually goes? The ancient equator theory proposes a fascinating concept that some of the world's greatest cities and man-made wonders, spanning continents and cultures, align along a straight line around the globe, forming an ancient great circle. One of the most striking alignments is the Great Pyramid of Giza, which aligns with Machu Picchu, the Nazca Lines, and Easter Island along a straight line around the Earth's center, with an astonishing margin of error of less than 1/10 of 1 degree of latitude. But the alignment doesn't stop there. Other ancient sites of significance, including Persepolis, Mohenjo-Daro, Petra, the Sumerian city of Ur, and the temples at Angkor Wat, fall within 1 degree of latitude of this line, adding to the mystery and wonder of this global phenomenon. Furthermore, this line passes through areas of the world that are still largely unexplored or unexcavated, such as the Sahara Desert, the Brazilian rainforest, the highlands of New Guinea, and underwater regions of the North Atlantic Ocean, the South Pacific Ocean, and the South China Sea, hinting at even more hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. The alignment of these sites is easily observable on a globe of the Earth with a horizon ring, where lining up any 2 of these sites on the horizon ring will place all of the sites right on the horizon ring. The breathtaking connection among ancient sites worldwide tells an incredible story often overlooked by millions. Although history books don't mention these alignments, could the placements of these sites be mere coincidence? Or did ancient civilizations, such as the Egyptians, Maya, Olmec, and Inca, received guidance from more intelligent and more ancient global civilization? There are many more enigmas on Easter Island, like the presence of magnetic stones scattered across the island's landscape. These magnetic stones, also known as Mahana stones or natives' compasses, are natural rock formations that possess magnetic properties, making them unique geological phenomena. One theory suggests that the Rapa Nui people utilized the magnetic stones for navigation and orientation purposes. One of the most well-known magnetic sites is a large oval rock called Tapito Kura. This rock has a high ethnographic value and was first described by William J. Thompson on an expedition in 1886. He noted that the local inhabitants considered it very significant. Older stories indicated that the rock had come from far off of the island and was brought by the first settlers. Because of its high iron content, this stone warms up more than others and causes the compass to behave strangely. Many visitors put their hands on it to capture their energy, or also, according to the belief of some, increase female fertility. Easter Island remains one of the most enigmatic prehistoric sites on Earth. As researchers continue to unravel the secrets of Easter Island, one thing remains certain. The island's ancient past holds untold treasures and revelations that have the power to reshape our understanding of human history and civilization. According to conventional history, New Zealand is the last major landmass on Earth to be settled by humans. This distant island, located in the southwestern Pacific Ocean, remained uninhabited until the first Polynesians, the Maori, arrived around 1300 AD. However, a remarkable discovery was made on the North Island of New Zealand, one which can completely shatter our established understanding of the region's ancient history. Within the dense vegetation of the Kaimanawa Ranges lies a large megalithic structure known as the Kaimanawa Wall, a formation of stone so precisely fitted together that it has ignited a fervent debate about its origins, challenging our understanding of New Zealand's prehistoric past. The wall itself is characterized by a series of tightly fitted stones which, at first glance, appear to have been placed with precision. The stones are massive, with some estimates suggesting that they weigh several tons each. It was determined that the stones were 330,000 years old and were made of ignimbrite, a volcanic stone made of compressed sand and ash. The nearest outcrop of such stone is 3 miles away or 5 kilometers. This aspect alone has fueled speculation about the level of sophistication required to assemble such a structure, should it have been the work of human hands. Upon closer examination, the arrangement of the stones reveals an almost geometric precision. The stones align in a manner that suggests an intentional pattern, with straight lines and angles that are uncommon in natural rock formations. This peculiar arrangement has led some to propose that the wall could be the remnants of a large megalithic structure, most of which is still unexcavated. In 1996, an investigation into the wall was conducted by archaeologist Barry Brailsford. Brailsford noted that the site was facing precisely due north, which is a pretty remarkable feature that is hardly a coincidence.
There's plenty of strange things about this wall, and one of them is the way it's facing. If you stand with your back to it, you're facing exactly due north. Now, it may be totally insignificant, but there's 360 other points on the compass where it could have been facing.
It's worth noting that many ancient megalithic sites are aligned with the true north, such as the pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, Chichen Itza, and many others. Brailsford came to the conclusion that the stone blocks of the site were not natural, and they were precisely cut and stacked. The sensational discoveries of Brailsford led to the publication of an article in the New Zealand Listener called Megalith Mystery: Are giant stones in the Kaimanawa Forest Park evidence of an ancient New Zealand culture? In the article, Brailsford made the following statement: There was no doubt that the stones had been cut. The 4 visible stones in the front wall were a uniform 1.6 meters tall and 1 meter wide. In one place, one could insert his arm into a root-ridden cavity and feel the back face and the front face of the next tier. The faces were uncannily smooth, with no saw or adze marks. The interstices where the blocks join were knife blade thin. Further up the hill, the tops of other stones protruded, suggesting a more extensive structure was buried in the hill. The Waidaha are a people often mentioned in discussions about the early human history of New Zealand, but their exact historical context is somewhat controversial and not widely recognized in mainstream academic circles. According to some accounts, particularly those found in certain non-academic sources, the Waidaha were the first wave of settlers in New Zealand. Barry Brailsford is also one of those historians who believe the Waidaha settled New Zealand long before the Maori, so he initially attributed the structure to them. He even talked to some of the Waidaha elders, asking them about the origin of the structure. He was stunned by what they told him.
It's pre-Maori and it's even pre-Waitaha. See, the people who were here before the Maori people as we know them today, the people of Waitaha, the nation of Waitaha. And I brought the elders here. We came at 4 o'clock in the morning and they came from different parts of the island.
The Waitaha elders?
Yes. They came here in the early morning and they came to this wall and they said, we know these people, but they are way before us.
Curiously, the Maori also stated that this construction was not their doing, as they had never built any megalithic structures. The blocks run for 82 feet or 25 meters in a straight line from east to west.
How can you be so sure that this is man-made?
I mean, the idea that the wall is facing north, the blocks are very uniform. Because the wall is starting to collapse to the west, the blocks are pulling apart from each other. There's spaces in the blocks we can get down behind them. We can see other blocks that are also uniformly cut and squared behind the blocks that we can see about 9 blocks.
See, a geologist I talked to today said, oh yeah, but there are things like the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, which are natural phenomena. Those big square blocks, it's possible.
Okay, right. Now, that is actually basalt. That's basalt crystals, and as that kind of volcanic core cools, it crystallizes into these 6, 8-sided crystals. In fact, there's a giant city built in Micronesia, 11 square miles, called Nan Madol. It's built out of...
Researcher and writer Brian Forster, who has visited all of the ancient megalithic sites around the world, was also fascinated by the Kaimanawa Wall, and upon visiting it, he noted that the structure is the only stone outcrop in the entire area, and within a 20-mile radius of the site, he didn't discover any other stones. He also noted that the strangely flat stone blocks were fitted in a way very similar to those he examined in Cusco.
What is interesting is it's the only stone outcrop in this entire area. We drove like 20, 30 kilometers into this ancient rainforest, and it's the only stone at all, and it's has strangely flat surfaces and looks like some of the megalithic work that we find in the area of Cusco in Peru.
Cutting massive stone blocks and fitting them together without mortar is an advanced ancient construction technique that is seen not only in Peru, but in other parts of the world, such as Egypt. This indestructible form of polygonal masonry was convergently developed by cultures with no communication, of which none possess sufficient tools to quarry, transport, carve, or place these stones. Many believe these cultures actually inherited these sites and that their true builders were part of a global and technologically advanced ancient civilization that perished at some point in time, possibly due to some sort of cataclysm. Going back to the Kaimanawa Wall, it was also noted that there is a consistent bevel on the upper stones, going all the way to the other side of the structure, and the beveled edges on the rocks are identical.
Close examination reveals behind the first lot of blocks are more layers, separated by a perfect gap. The surface of each block is smooth, as if it's been cut. There are other mysteries too.
In other ancient civilizations, they had a stone which you paid respects to when you came into the site, and everyone apparently has this. And conveniently, here it is.
One of the most indicative discoveries suggesting the structure was man-made was that some of the lower blocks featured precisely cut recesses, allowing them to slide underneath the blocks above, effectively interlocking both sets of blocks. The lower block was probably dislocated after the catastrophic eruption and earthquake of 186 AD, which most likely caused it to shift.
Yesterday, our archaeologist dug down about half a metre below this face here, and this face was still going down, and we used a steel probe to feel underneath, and we were striking rock underneath that. So that gives an indication that at least there's something further down again. And the rocks themselves bend in a sort of a semicircle around, and it may be the shape of some sort of structure.
At the bottom of one part of the structure, there were perfectly smooth rock surfaces with square edges.
We were standing on a piece of rock face which was so smooth we couldn't believe our eyes. It was just like it was poured concrete. And I think that speaks for itself. Square-edged, everything.
Curiously, the same thing was discovered in another section of the site. In one area, the discovery of another floor surface revealed an intriguing characteristic. Upon tapping, the floor emitted a hollow sound, suggesting it might not be a floor at all. Instead, this could indicate the presence of a roof concealing an underlying chamber.
If you, just for the sake of the camera, just get your spade and run the spade across the top of that. Now, that just sounds like you would be running a spade down a concrete slab. And that to me is bloody like concrete. It's just amazing.
In fact, in many areas around the site, probes were able to hit solid rock beneath the earth.
Well, we were probing through an area here. It's obviously going down through the pumice a certain distance, and bang, it hits a perfectly level area where it sends a vibration back up through the rod. It makes a kind of a humming sound as we hit something very solid.
And what does the sound of wood, what does wood sound like?
See, it's like a thud, but it doesn't have the ding. See, and I'm not very deep. See, look at that. See, that's hitting root. If I just go here, hear the difference?
Yep.
Considering the area around the Kaimanawa wall is relatively flat, some people suggested that the evenly sloped steep mound behind the wall could be hiding an enormous pyramidal structure. On one side of the hill, more stone blocks are visible. These blocks, similar in appearance to those on the wall, display a high degree of symmetry and descend the hill with precise alignment. Remarkably, the angle at which these stones are arranged mirrors the overall incline of the hill itself. And right next to this piece, there's another small piece of exposed stone blocks with the same degree of incline. A short distance away, a third piece has been unearthed, exhibiting the same precise symmetry and alignment as previously observed. Additionally, this piece features the beveled edges seen on the main structure, with the bevel's angle being pretty much identical to other stones. This consistency raises questions about the site's true nature. Could it be something far more complex than a mere stone wall? Might it actually be an ancient pyramid, akin to those discovered in America? It's worth noting that most of the American pyramids were initially indistinguishable from natural landscapes due to being completely enveloped in soil and vegetation. Take, for example, the pyramids at Teotihuacan, which resembled ordinary hills with no stones visible on the surface. Similarly, the temple pyramid at Tikal revealed only a small portion of its structure, much like what we observed in New Zealand with the Kaimanawa wall. In 2019, research was published on the Terracotta New Zealand channel, where they showed a remarkable discovery with the use of ground-penetrating radar. As they show in this picture, 2 or 3 meters below the white tape, which is almost 10 feet, the ground-penetrating radar showed an identical pattern as the pattern corresponding to the wall on the surface. This means that below the ground, the structure continued in the same exact pattern of construction with more massive ignimbrite blocks stacked together. Additionally, the video showed some very intriguing rock incisions on the surface of a hard rhyolite rock. All of this information, taken together, suggests that the structure was something much more sophisticated than a mere wall. But what? It's interesting to note that volcanic rocks, especially those high in silica content, are typically found in areas with geological faults and are associated with strong magnetic fields. The presence of water flowing across such stones can generate electric currents, leveraging the silica's properties, similar to its use in computing for information storage and conduction. The site's location on a fault line, known for strong magnetic and telluric energies, led many to theorize that the structure could have served as some sort of energy container, harnessing the Earth's natural forces. But if all of this is true, why hasn't the site been properly excavated? Despite all findings, the government of New Zealand refused the notion that the structure is the work of an advanced ancient civilization that settled in New Zealand long before the Maori. In fact, the government actually forbade any archaeological excavations on the site, as you can see on the sign placed before the structure. The official stance of the authorities is that the site is nothing more than a natural formation, a byproduct of volcanic activity that occurred long ago. But how could they be so sure without conducting a proper excavation? Moreover, why would they forbid others from doing any archaeological work on the site? Actually, they have a very good reason for doing so. They refuse the notion that the site is built by an advanced civilization simply because that is the politically correct thing to do. New Zealand, like many countries, grapples with the challenges of reconciling its colonial past with the rights, traditions, and histories of its indigenous people, in this case, the Maori. The arrival of Europeans in the 18th century marked the beginning of a period of significant change, conflict, and cultural exchange, the effects of which are still felt today. In New Zealand, the indigenous Maori people are organized into various tribes and sub-tribes. The exact number of tribes can vary depending on how one defines and recognizes them, but there are over 100 of them in New Zealand. Each tribe has its own social and political structure, history, and connection to specific regions of the country. A significant process has been underway in New Zealand for several decades to address historical grievances and recognize the rights of Maori tribes over their lands. This process is facilitated through the Waitangi Tribunal, which was established in 1975 to investigate and make recommendations on claims brought by Maori relating to actions or omissions by the Crown that breached the promises made in the Treaty of Waitangi, signed in 1840. Many tribes have engaged in this process and have had settlements reached with the New Zealand government that include formal apologies, financial compensation, and the return of certain lands to tribal control, among other forms of redress. These settlements are specific to each tribe and are based on the unique circumstances of their claims. The process of recognizing land rights and settling historical grievances is ongoing, with many tribes having completed settlements and others still in various stages of negotiation or awaiting resolution. In this context, archaeological discoveries and interpretations of historical sites can become highly sensitive issues. The way history is told, the emphasis on certain narratives over others, and the recognition of cultural sites and artifacts can all have implications for national identity, cultural heritage, and even political and legal rights. The megalithic site at Kaimanawa, given its mysterious nature and the debate over its origins, falls into a category of historical and archaeological interest that is inherently intertwined with these broader issues. Some individuals and groups have suggested that the reluctance to explore certain theories about the site's origins, particularly those that might suggest a pre-Maori human presence in New Zealand, could be influenced by political considerations, as acknowledging such a possibility might undermine the recognized status of Maori as Tangata Wenua, meaning people of the land, and disrupt the established historical narrative of New Zealand. This can cause a significant political and ethnic fracture in the country, and potentially affect land claims and government compensations to the indigenous people. Despite the official dismissal of the Kaimanawa Wall as a mere natural occurrence, the arguments and observations presented by some researchers point to a more complex and possibly intentional origin, suggesting that this structure could be more than just a coincidental formation of nature. But if the New Zealand authorities can so easily dismiss such a controversial site just to keep the status quo, does that mean that there may be other discoveries in New Zealand that can prove an ancient civilization existed here? The notion that New Zealand remained uninhabited until the arrival of the Maori around 900 years ago sounds a bit off, especially when considering the extensive human presence across the Pacific. Mainstream archaeological evidence and Aboriginal mythology suggest Australia has been settled for over 40,000 years, and even remote locations like Easter Island have a rich history of human habitation. Given this backdrop, the idea that the islands of New Zealand remained undiscovered until 900 years ago seems quite peculiar. Adding to the intrigue are stories from Maori folklore, which seem to hint at a pre-existing knowledge of New Zealand. Among these tales, we can find the very reason the tribes came to New Zealand. It was the quest for greenstone, punamu, a highly valued nephrite jade found in the South Island. The lore raises compelling questions. If New Zealand was truly untouched and unknown, how did early Maori or their Polynesian ancestors come to know of the existence and location of its greenstone? This narrative suggests that knowledge of New Zealand and its resources might have existed before its widely recognized discovery and settlement, sparking curiosity and speculation about the island's history and the extent of ancient exploration. But the real question is, was there a civilization living in New Zealand in these ancient times? In 1972, a remarkable discovery atop a hill in Silverdale, New Zealand, piqued the interest of those fascinated by the country's ancient past. Here, buried under layers of humus accumulated over centuries, lay a series of mysterious stone boulders. These boulders had lain undisturbed, hidden under the earth, for potentially a couple of thousand years. What made the find particularly intriguing was the nature and placement of these boulders. Approximately 10 to 12 of them were located at the peak of a clay hill in Silverdale, a setting where coning boulders could not naturally occur due to the geological composition of the area. This raised immediate questions about their origins, as such boulders typically form over millions of years in sea sediments, starting as small shells that become coated with layers of sand and lime. Their presence on a clay hill, far from their natural incubation environment, suggested a deliberate act. Ancient people, at some point in history, had transported these markers to the hilltop as part of an overland alignment system. Another interesting find was made after the relocation of these massive boulders in 1992 due to the construction of a motorway. It was during this process that features were discovered on the boulders, features unmistakably made by human hands. This was a significant revelation. Further investigations revealed that these boulders lay beneath a layer of tephra ash from the 186 AD eruption of Mount Taupo, indicating that the human-made modifications predated this event. This timeline places the alterations to the boulders over 1,000 years before the recognized arrival of the Maori in New Zealand, suggesting a much older, previously unknown chapter of human activity in the region. Among the modifications are beautifully carved bowls, known as bullon stones in other parts of the world, particularly Ireland, where they are part of ancient blessing and cursing altars. These bowls were meticulously chipped and carved by hand, a process distinct from any mechanical drilling or boring. Another incredible discovery is the Kaimanawa rock carvings, which were tucked away in the vast expanses of the Wua Forest, one of the largest plantation forests in the world. Many believe these carvings offer a tantalizing glimpse into an ancient past that may predate known Maori settlements. The exact origins of the Wua rock carvings remain a topic of debate among historians and archaeologists. The detailed craftsmanship evident in the carvings suggests a sophisticated understanding of art and symbolism, raising the possibility that they could be the work of an unknown ancient civilization that inhabited New Zealand's shores long before the arrival of the Maori people. The carvings themselves depict a variety of figures and motifs, some of which bear resemblance to the known iconography of Polynesian cultures, while others seem entirely unique, belonging to no known historical or cultural narrative. Supporting the theory of an unknown ancient civilization are the mysteries surrounding the techniques used to create the carvings. The precision and depth of the carving suggests the use of tools and methods not traditionally associated with the early inhabitants of New Zealand. In the Wua Forest in Northland, there's another site believed to be part of a pre-Maori civilization, where the ruins of ancient stone structures were found. These ruins had been noted and written about by early Europeans, who wondered about the stone builders who had lived there. The only thing left to the public are these photos taken on the 11th of November 2000. After a 3-year government investigation and excavation, all findings, including stone structures, artifacts, and everything else of note, were sent away to remain hidden under a 75-year restriction, which will last until 2063. At the end of the archaeological excavations, all public access to the area was denied. Visitors wanting to see the stone artifacts were turned away, and access requests by historians and archaeologists were denied, with the reasons given being that the area had been declared tapu and that it was under a Waitangi Treaty claim. From the photos we have, we can see prominent ancient walls emerging distinctly above the layer of humus. Additionally, there are sequences of boundary stones demarcating specific sections. These stones encircle a central pile of stones, which likely was once a beehive house, a type of rudimentary dwelling that has since collapsed into a disorganized heap. This method of constructing stone dome shelters was widely used in megalithic Great Britain and continental Europe, and it appears that New Zealand's pre-Maori stone people adopted the same technique for their homes. Moreover, numerous boulders bearing deep groove marks, likely made using stone tools, can be found throughout the forest. These grooves may have been created during the sharpening and shaping of adzes. Such boulders are plentiful and could possibly serve as some kind of pictorial representation. The significant wear on these carved surfaces suggests they are of considerable antiquity. It's likely that these structures were built thousands of years ago, when the Wua Forest was not yet a forest, but a fertile ground. The Maori themselves state that they don't know who built this ancient stone city. The Wua Forest Stone City should be a national treasure, if not a worldwide historic place. Yet not only is it being ignored and not protected, but its destruction is actually being encouraged. This leads to the conclusion that the site could be evidence of a prehistoric civilization, which explains why the New Zealand government wants to avoid its existence being acknowledged by the public or the world. There are many other sites all across New Zealand, like the Puketapu Hill and the Waitapu Valley, which have precise stone markings that could serve as an ancient astronomical observatory site, or the Tapapakanga Park, which many feel is another collapsed ancient settlement with beehive-styled stone houses. While the efforts to respect indigenous claims are undeniably crucial, they have, in this instance, led to a paradox where the potential knowledge of New Zealand's ancient past remains ensconced in shadows. This approach not only stifles academic freedom but also deprives the public and the global community of understanding a possibly transformative chapter in human history. This suppressed chapter could contribute significantly to our understanding of human migration patterns, architectural practices, and societal structures in the prehistoric Pacific. The issue at heart is not merely about access to information, but about acknowledging and integrating the full spectrum of New Zealand's heritage into its national identity and history. The anticipation grows for a more inclusive and comprehensive narrative that honors both New Zealand's indigenous cultures and its mysterious ancient predecessors. Scattered across the vast expanse of China's landscape lies a forgotten piece of our history. Hundreds of massive megalithic structures, all showcasing the uses of advanced technology, hint at the existence of a large and sophisticated civilization that thrived in what is now known as China, an ancient civilization that carved enormous stone blocks weighing over 1,000 tons, constructed over 200 pyramids across vast areas, extracted thousands of tons of stone to create enormous cave networks with the help of advanced technology, and much, much more. This ancient society, replete with sophisticated technology, monumental architecture, and profound knowledge, vanished in the blink of an eye, most likely due to a massive global cataclysmic event. This enigmatic civilization, which predates our established historical records, challenges our understanding of human history and begs the question, what secrets lie buried beneath the ancient soil of China? Join us as we unravel the mysteries of this unknown advanced civilization, exploring the remnants of their existence and piecing together the puzzle of their sudden disappearance. The Yangshan Quarry, located in the outskirts of Nanjing, China, is a trove of archaeological anomalies that defy conventional understanding of ancient engineering. The centerpiece of this mystery is the gargantuan megalithic block estimated to weigh 16,000 tons, making it the largest known stone ever cut by human hands. To put the enormity of this block into perspective, it is over 13 times heavier than the largest known megalithic block in the world, the one at Baalbek, Lebanon, which weighs 1,200 tons. The logistics of cutting, extracting, and transporting a stone of this magnitude are staggering to consider. With our current technological capabilities, moving a 16,000-ton block would be an impossible task, no matter how many cranes and other heavy machinery we use. So the question is, what kind of technology did this ancient civilization possess to be able to transport such enormous stone blocks? And it's evident that the massive stone block at the Yangshan Quarry wasn't an isolated case. It appears that millions of tons of rock have been displaced already, leaving towering flat walls that defy traditional quarrying practices. This means that indeed whoever operated in this quarry really had the ability and technology to transport the massive blocks that were extracted. But that's not the only mystery. The methods used to cut and shape this giant stone are also a source of significant wonder. There are massive square holes at the bottom of the block, which were probably made to be used when the block was about to be lifted and transported away from the site. The precision and clarity of the quarry marks, along with the planned smooth surfaces present at the site, indicate a level of sophistication that seems far beyond the capabilities of ancient civilizations as we understand them. The presence of straight and precise grooves, along with the sheer size of the block, implies a mastery over stone that was simply impossible for any known ancient civilization of the time. Also, the erosion and weathering present on the stone block indicate that it's extremely old, probably much older than the estimated 8,000 years. It seems as if the entire site was once some kind of complex, as there are other massive structures present there. On one of those structures, we can see perfectly squared cavities carved into the rock, which is a task that would be impossible with simple bronze tools. The precision of the 90-degree angles and the intricate removal of material from these blocks perplex modern researchers. The most shocking feature of the structures was the giant knobs. Ancient megalithic sites adorned with distinctive knobs are found across various parts of the world, suggesting a shared technique or symbolic significance among prehistoric builders. In Peru, particularly in areas like Cusco, there are many megalithic stones with similar knobs. The Giza Plateau in Egypt, home to the famous pyramids, also features megalithic blocks with knob-like protrusions. The Menkaure Pyramid, in particular, showcases this characteristic. Mainstream historians believe these knobs were used for the lifting and positioning of stones, acting as leverage points for ropes. However, judging by the enormous scale of the blocks in Yangshan, it's clear that there was an alternative purpose behind these protrusions. But how is it possible that we can find gigantic, unfinished stone blocks in various parts of the world, all suddenly left in the middle of their extraction processes and untouched for thousands of years? We already mentioned the massive stone blocks at Baalbek, Lebanon. The trilithon are 3 massive stones that form part of the podium of the Temple of Jupiter. Each stone weighs an estimated 800 tons. The true age of this gigantic megalithic platform remains a mystery to archaeologists, although many believe they are at least 9,000 years old. The ancient Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans built their structures and temples upon the massive foundation, yet nothing of their construction matches the sheer scale and engineering prowess demonstrated by the Baalbek stones. These colossal blocks were precisely cut and placed with remarkable accuracy and fitted together perfectly. Adjacent to these, there lies an even larger stone block, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, lying in a nearby quarry. For unknown reasons, the stone was abandoned. The methods used in the transportation and assembly of these stones continue to baffle historians and engineers alike. Curiously, the Yangshan Quarry in China has the exact same tool marks that are seen on the massive stones at Baalbek. Similarly, at the ancient city of Petra in Jordan, tool marks that closely resemble those on the Yangshan blocks have been identified. Petra, dating back to as early as 7000 BC, showcases sedimentary rock formations with striations nearly identical to those in Yangshan, despite the different rock types. Comparisons with modern machinery reveal striking similarities in the striations produced by contemporary mining equipment, which suggests a level of sophistication in ancient tooling methods that parallels modern technology. This raises intriguing questions about the capabilities and technologies of ancient civilizations, suggesting that they might have possessed advanced engineering knowledge long before it was previously thought. More abandoned quarries can be found in Egypt, precisely the Aswan Quarry, in which we can find this gigantic piece of granite, which measures an impressive 137 feet in length and weighs about 1,170 tons. The surface of this massive granite slab is adorned with smooth, hollowed-out areas, giving the appearance that the granite was scooped out from the obelisk. Another gigantic unfinished block can be found at the Minya Quarry, also known as the Tura Limestone Quarry, which is also in Egypt. The block at Minya remains in situ, partially carved from the limestone bedrock, indicating that the work was abandoned before it could be completed and transported. The sudden cessation of work at these sites hints at a possible cataclysmic event that abruptly ended these monumental projects. The commonality of unfinished work at these sites has led some to theorize that a widespread ancient cataclysm might have caused the sudden abandonment of these monumental construction projects. It appears that these advanced civilizations were abruptly halted in their tracks, leaving behind these massive stone giants as silent witnesses to their erstwhile grandeur and technical prowess. In 1992, a remarkable discovery was made in Xiuning, a small village nestled in the Zhejiang province in eastern China. This area, characterized by its simple farming lifestyle and the picturesque banks of the Ku River, harbored a secret beneath its mountain. The mountain, though not particularly grandiose, held an array of peculiar ponds, many of which were strikingly rectangular, hinting at an unusual origin. These ponds were always filled with water for as long as anyone can remember, and the local farmers regularly used the water from them. With generations of farmers using the mysterious pits without the water ever drying up, the ponds became known locally as the bottomless ponds and were steeped in curiosity that extended beyond the oldest memories of the village elders. The name was well-deserved, as the depths of these ponds seemed immeasurable. Generations of villagers had attempted to gauge their depths using long bamboo poles, yet all such efforts proved futile, as the bottom was never felt by anyone. Strangely, there was even fishes of various sizes living in the waters of the ponds. In the summer of 1992, the mystery of these ponds deepened when a villager, during a routine fishing endeavor, caught a fish of extraordinary size, over 30 pounds, from one of these seemingly modest water bodies. This catch was significant not just for its size, but for the questions it raised about the true nature of the pond's depths, where such a large fish could grow and thrive. The villager who made this remarkable catch was already known in the community for his curiosity and previous attempts to explore the depths of these ponds. Spurred by this discovery, he was determined to unravel the mystery of the bottomless ponds once and for all. To achieve this, he needed to do something drastic: drain the pond to reveal its secrets once and for all. Convincing 3 other villagers of the need to explore the unknown, they pooled their resources to acquire a water pump, embarking on an ambitious project that would challenge the myths of their ancestors. On June 9, 1992, they began the formidable task of draining one of the ponds. They operated the pump continuously, working day and night in shifts, driven by a shared anticipation of the unknown. After 5 days of non-stop pumping, the water level had receded enough to reveal the first clue that this was no ordinary pond. To their astonishment, a set of stone stairs emerged from the receding waters, descending into the depths. This initial discovery was a moment of revelation and wonder. Realizing the significance of their find, the villagers decided to intensify their efforts. They acquired 4 more water pumps, dramatically increasing their capacity to remove the water. For 17 days, they continued their relentless endeavor, watching as the water level slowly dropped and the full extent of their discovery began to unfold. What they found was nothing short of monumental. As the final remnants of water drained away, they stood before the entrance to a vast, man-made cave. The pond that had long intrigued and sustained their community was, in fact, a skylight or rooftop entrance to a massive ancient subterranean complex. This discovery challenged everything the villagers knew about their surroundings and history. The Longyou Caves, as they would come to be known, represented a marvel of ancient engineering and craftsmanship. In total, there were 24 caves. 14 of these caves were collapsed, but those that were intact all showcased perfectly flat floors and ceilings angled at a precise 45 degrees. Although the caves were not interconnected, they were still all aligned with their floors on equal levels. In fact, there were caves that were made one next to the other, separated by as little as 20 inches or 50 centimeters. How is such precision possible? The caves themselves were enormous, with vast chambers carved out of solid rock extending deep into the earth. The precision of the carvings, the smoothness of the walls, and the sheer scale of the excavation suggested a level of sophistication and organization that was unheard of in the annals of ancient Chinese history. The cave's design was both intricate and functional, with channels and pools that indicated a complex understanding of hydraulics and water management. Despite their ancient origins, the caves had withstood the test of time, remaining structurally sound and largely free of debris or sediment, which added to the mystery of their purpose and the identity of their creators. Another mystery is the fact that there is no evidence of smoke residue on the walls or ceilings. So, how did they illuminate the caves while they were working on them? Spanning an average of 11,000 square feet each and soaring up to heights equivalent to a 10-story building, these caves collectively cover an area akin to 3.5 city blocks. Estimates suggest that without advanced technology, carving these would have taken centuries, excluding the time needed for the intricate chiseling and decorative work that adorns the caves. Such a massive undertaking hints at imperial sponsorship, yet remarkably, these caves were not known to history. Despite China's long-standing tradition of meticulous record-keeping, not a single account of these caves' construction has been found in ancient texts. The caves also present a fascinating aspect in the form of the marks on their walls. These marks are notably identical and consistent. All of them are perfectly uniform and are all set at a 60-degree angle. This led many to believe they were made by some sort of advanced technology. Intriguingly, these marks closely mimic those produced by contemporary machinery, leading to comparisons with the patterns left by modern drilling equipment. When the marks in these ancient Chinese caves are compared to those made by our current drilling machines, the resemblance is uncanny, almost identical in nature. This raises the provocative question: did the creators of these caves possess technology akin to what we have today? Calculations suggest that the construction of the Longyou Caves would have involved the removal of millions of cubic meters of rock. Given the average density of sandstone, which is around 3 tons per cubic meter, the total weight of the excavated material would be monumental, easily amounting to millions of tons.
One of the things that's baffling is that there's no evidence of their construction. One of the other things that mystifies them is that there isn't any evidence of the people that built these caves. There's no villages or cemeteries or work areas. Over 1 million metric tons of stone were removed from those caverns, but when archaeologists go around the area, they can't find any of it.
Such a massive quantity of rock would have left a significant mark on the landscape, creating large mounds of debris akin to the spoil heaps associated with modern mining operations. Yet, the region around the caves shows no sign of the massive piles of rock that would be expected from such extensive quarrying activity. But these 24 caves are not the only ones that possess all of these traces of advanced technology. In fact, there are thousands of similar caves all across China. If we go 100 miles north, we can find the Huashan Grottos. Located near the Yellow River, these grottos comprise of 36 caves, each exhibiting a sophistication and precision that echo the bewildering characteristics of the Longyou Caves. The grottos are an architectural marvel, with their vast interiors, intricate passageways, and detailed carvings. The sheer size of the excavation project for the Huashan Grottos is staggering. Similar to the Longyou Caves, the amount of rock removed to create these spaces is monumental. Yet, just as mysteriously, the debris from this massive excavation is nowhere to be found. Estimations of the total volume of rock removed to form the Huashan Grottos run into millions of cubic meters, a feat that would require a well-organized workforce and a sophisticated understanding of engineering principles. Without advanced technology, carving these would also have taken centuries till they were fully finished. Yet, no historical records or documents have been found that shed light on the construction of these grottos, their purpose, or the civilization that built them. Many parts of these caves are still unexplored. Another place where we can see the strange machine marks is the Haijin City Fortress. Situated atop a lofty low-S slope, this mysterious fortress is cleverly concealed by deep gorges, rendering it almost invisible to the untrained eye. Even local residents have scant knowledge of its historical origins. It was only through the guidance of an 80-year-old local named Hu June that the significance and design of the fortress came to light. His familiarity with the area was key in uncovering the pathways leading to this historic site. Inside the Heijin city fortress, the land opens up, reminiscent of an ancient ark. The fortress once housed cave dwellings on its flanks. These have since eroded, leaving behind only the plateau and its gate. Upon its discovery, the initial theory proposed by historians was that the local villagers, described as primitive farmers without any means of defense, constructed the fortress as a refuge from bandits. This narrative, however, raises more questions than it answers, particularly regarding the fortress's grand architectural features, notably its 30-foot massive doorway that can be visible from a large distance. The scale and complexity of Heijin City Fortress's construction seem to contradict the idea of it being merely a hideout. Like with the previous caves we discussed, the cave in Heijin is also not formed by nature but carved meticulously from the rock. Judging by the marks, it was most likely carved with the same technology used in the other caves. Another mysterious place is the Gaju Caves, often referred to as China's largest cliff dwelling. Discovered in 1984, this extensive cave complex comprises 117 caves and 350 chambers, sprawling across 25 acres or 100,000 square meters, making it a monumental testament to ancient ingenuity and craftsmanship. Located about 50 miles northwest of Beijing, the Gaju Caves are hewn from solid granite, a feat that underscores the advanced technical skills and persistent labor of their creators. On the surface of the granite, we can see once again the exact same marks found in other megalithic structures. The mystery deepens with the absence of datable archaeological evidence and the lack of historical records mentioning the site, leaving experts puzzled about the origins, purpose, and the people behind this architectural marvel. The Gaju Caves resemble a honeycomb of rock-cut chambers, organized into what appears to be two distinct village clusters. The design of these chambers, varying from square and rectangular to circular shapes, with single to multiple rooms across different levels, mirrors the cave dwellings found in regions like Turkey, Italy, and Spain. The presence of doorways, windows, king bed stoves, flues, lampstands, and storage compartments, all carved from stone, illustrates a high level of domestic sophistication. The architectural design also incorporates advanced drainage systems, highlighting the builder's understanding of environmental management and sustainable living. The structural dimensions of the caves, with consistent wall thickness and varied chamber sizes, along with the compact layout resembling multi-story buildings, demonstrate advanced architectural and engineering capabilities. The site had stone staircases, ladders, and bridges, while the roofs had chiseled slots on them to collect rainwater. The Guantanadzi, or Golden Temple, the largest structure within the complex, is particularly noteworthy. Consisting of 8 chambered rooms over 2 floors, it contains finely carved stone pillars, a large central bed, and stone furniture, leading some to believe it was the residence of the community's leader or a place of worship. Despite over 3 decades of protection and study since their discovery, the origins, purpose, and ultimate fate of the Gaju Caves inhabitants remain a mystery. Archaeological estimations date the site to between 1,000 and 2,000 years ago, but these are speculative, and many believe the site is much more ancient. Judging by all of these sophisticated structures, we can agree that there was some kind of lost civilization that lived in China thousands of years ago. But are there any other clues left by this mysterious culture? In 1986, construction workers in the city of Guanghan stumbled upon an archaeological marvel that unveiled the remnants of a long-lost civilization. The discovery of 2 sacrificial pits brimming with hundreds of artifacts, including bronze and gold masks, statues, figurines, and exquisite marble and jade items, marked a significant breakthrough in the study of ancient Chinese history. Historians have since dated these findings to between 3,000 and 5,000 years ago, situating them at the dawn of civilization, a time corresponding with the ancient Sumerian and Egyptian civilizations, who are one of the first developed cultures on Earth. This lost civilization became known as the Sanxingdui, with the name meaning the three-star mounds at the ruins. In total, there were 13,000 artifacts unearthed, including over 1,200 bronze wares, 543 gold artifacts, and 565 jade objects. Among the highlights of the discovery is a bronze box with a tortoise-shaped lid, dragon head handles, and bronze ribbons. Other key finds include a bronze sacrificial altar, a giant bronze mask, and a bronze statue with a human head and a snake's body. The giant mask was incredible, measuring around 4.5 feet in width, or 1.5 meters, and 2.5 feet in height, or 75 centimeters. Another incredible artifact was this large bronze statue, which is around 9 feet tall, or more than 2.5 meters. In the center of each of the figure's hands, there are cylindrical holes which indicate that it once held something. All of the bronze heads discovered among the relics are particularly striking, characterized by their oversized eyes and ears. Many believe that this civilization didn't even belong to the Chinese culture at all, as the Chinese civilizations never made any artifacts remotely similar to those. All of the mysterious artifacts were very unique and presented a sophisticated artistry. Strangely, many of them were damaged and had burn marks. This means they were either deliberately damaged, burned and then buried, or perhaps were left by a civilization that was destroyed by a cataclysmic event that led to this destruction. The masks and statues of this culture are distinct not only for their strange facial features, but also for the level of craftsmanship and complexity they exhibit. To create such detailed and exquisite artifacts, you had to be advanced in metallurgical skills, which is quite astonishing for a civilization that existed at least 5,000 years ago. Whoever these people were, their abrupt disappearance remains one of the greatest historical enigmas. But perhaps the greatest mystery of all are the pyramids that can be found all across China. The Chinese pyramids, concealed for centuries, remain relatively unknown globally, including within China. These ancient structures dot China's central plains and deserts, predominantly in Shanxi province. Yet the Chinese Communist government has imposed strict prohibitions on excavating and even visiting these ancient edifices. The local farmers living near the pyramids are encouraged to plant trees on the pyramids to conceal them. With over 200 pyramids discovered, their true purpose and origin remain a complete mystery, obscured not only by physical barriers, but also by governmental restrictions. The first recorded mention of these pyramids in the West dates back to 1912, when travel agent Fred Meyer Schroeder reported their existence, noting that there are massive pyramids there. However, it wasn't until the mid-20th century that these structures gained significant attention. During World War II, American pilot James Gaussman flew over the area and captured photographs of these structures. But it wasn't until the advent of satellite imagery that we were able to understand the true scale and number of these Chinese pyramids. Similar to pyramids elsewhere in the globe, the Chinese pyramids are precisely oriented, with their corners perfectly aligned to Earth's cardinal directions. In terms of astronomy, they are slightly misaligned from the Gemini constellation, aligning almost exactly during the spring equinox several millennia ago. This slight deviation of 14 degrees can be explained by the axial precession of the Earth, a phenomenon where the planet's axis slowly wobbles, completing a full cycle approximately every 25,700 years. This means that these pyramids could be tens of thousands of years old. Another incredible similarity and cosmic alignment can be found when you compare the layout of the pyramid complex of Teotihuacan in Mexico with the Giza complex in Egypt and with the Xi'an pyramid complex in China. All three sites are structured in almost the exact same way and mirror the Orion constellation. How is this possible, considering all three of them are on different continents, separated by thousands of miles? Moreover, all three pyramid complexes are aligned in a near straight line, having the same orientation. Was this just a coincidence, or is there more to the story? The remarkable presence of Chinese pyramids, particularly the colossal Great White Pyramid located in the valley of Shaanxi Province, is considered by many the largest pyramid in the world. It's twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza, with a height of around 1,000 feet or 300 meters. This means that the construction of this gigantic pyramid would require no less than 50 million tons of stone. Some have linked the extensive network of caves discussed earlier with the massive pyramids in the area. As we discussed before, the stone extracted from all of these caves was never found anywhere in the area. This situation leads to speculation that the large amount of stone taken from these caves might have been employed in building the numerous pyramids throughout China, specifically the Great White Pyramid. Additionally, the gigantic stones extracted from the Shan Quarry could also have been used for the construction of all of these pyramids. The most famous site in China, the Terracotta Army, is also built right at the edge of a massive pyramid that is still unexcavated. Discovered in 1974 by local farmers digging a well, the Terracotta Army encompasses more than 8,000 soldiers, along with chariots, horses, officials, acrobats, strongmen, and musicians, each with unique facial features and expressions, suggesting they were modeled after real individuals. The figures are life-sized and were originally painted, although much of the paint has flaked away over the centuries. The Terracotta Army was part of a larger necropolis designed to mirror the urban plain of the capital city and served to protect the Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the afterlife. Qin Shi Huang is the first emperor of China, who founded the Qin dynasty. He was a monumental figure in Chinese history, known for his conquests that united China, the construction of the Great Wall, and the standardization of the monetary and legal systems. Entombed for over 2,000 years, the Terracotta Army form a massive underground mausoleum, the construction of which involved 700,000 workers and artisans over several decades. The site was a 4-layered subterranean city, at the center of which lies one of China's greatest mysteries, the Emperor's burial mound, which has not yet been excavated due to high levels of mercury. Archaeologists believe that beneath this mound lies a chamber with Qin Shi Huang's remains, surrounded by a miniature cosmic model. The tomb is thought to replicate the universe, with the ceiling representing the night sky, adorned with pearls as stars, and the ground mimicking the landscape of China, where flowing mercury symbolizes the rivers. Considering how fascinating this site is, just imagine what secrets could be found inside the pyramid adjacent to it, which is most likely thousands of years older than the Terracotta Army itself.
Within the pyramid is a lake of mercury, that there are mechanical devices in there which will fire arrows at you if you go in. That there's a whole story about how intensely protected it is, and up to this day it's not been excavated.
The mystery surrounding the Chinese pyramids extends far back in history, with documented references to these structures dating back to the early 17th century. Notably, a Roman Jesuit whose observations have been preserved in various historical accounts penned some of the earliest Western descriptions of these remarkable constructions. However, it was Joseph de Guigne, a renowned French Orientalist and sinologist in the 18th century, who significantly contributed to the discourse with his provocative theory. In his 1785 publication, An Essay in Which We Prove the Chinese Are an Egyptian Colony, de Guigne posited a direct connection between the Chinese and ancient Egyptians, largely based on the presence of pyramid-like structures in China, along with certain cultural and linguistic similarities, indicating a possible historical link between the two civilizations. But the architectural features of these structures do not resemble just the pyramids in Egypt, but those in South America. There's an interesting site known as the Guanlin Temple, located near Luoyang in the Henan province. This site is steeped in history and reverence, primarily known as the Tomb and Memorial Complex for Guan Yu, a famous general in Chinese folklore and history. While the temple serves as a commemorative site, its architectural features and the age of some structures within the complex suggest a much older origin, potentially predating the commonly accepted historical timelines associated with the temple. Many believe the ancient Chinese used this structure as a tomb, the same way as the ancient Egyptians used various ancient sites in Egypt, although they were not their true architects, as these sites were way too advanced for their bronze tools and knowledge. The Tomb of the General, located in Jian, Jilin Province in China, is part of the Goguryeo Tombs complex. This pyramid structure was most likely thousands of years older than the Goguryeo Kingdom, which used the pyramid as a tomb, although they didn't construct it. The pyramid shape of the Tomb of the General represents a unique architectural style in East Asia, distinct from the more rounded burial mounds commonly found in other parts of China and Korea. Curiously, this pyramid has a broad base that narrows towards the top, very similar to the Mesoamerican pyramids built by civilizations like the Aztecs and Mayans. The similarities are intriguing from a comparative perspective because their builders were believed to have developed independently on the opposite sides of the world. These similarities are not just superficial. They extend to the engineering techniques, the orientation and alignment with astronomical events, and the multi-tiered design that is characteristic of many pyramid structures around the world. The idea that such architectural and engineering concepts could span across continents and cultures suggests a potential exchange of knowledge or a common architectural lineage that has yet to be fully understood. Curiously, all across the world, there are ancient stories about mythical figures that visited our ancestors and gave them advanced knowledge and technology, kickstarting their civilization. In Mesopotamian mythology, the Apkallu were 7 sages sent by the god Enki to teach humanity various arts of civilization, including writing, law, temple building, and agriculture. In Mesoamerican cultures, particularly among the Aztecs and Toltecs, there's Quetzalcoatl, a provider of agricultural knowledge who taught the ancient people the use of metalwork, the calendar, and the cultivation of maize. In Egyptian mythology, there was Thoth, a deity who gave the Egyptians writing in the form of hieroglyphics, together with various other advanced knowledge, boosting their civilization significantly. Many researchers, like Graham Hancock, believe these beings were survivors of an ancient cataclysm that destroyed the advanced civilization that constructed all of these massive megalithic monuments across the globe. These survivors then spread across the world and gave knowledge to the primitive hunter-gatherer societies. Interestingly, in Chinese mythology, we can find a similar figure. The Yellow Emperor, Wang Di, is a mythic figure in Chinese history that is often regarded as the progenitor of Chinese civilization. His contributions to the fabric of Chinese culture are immense, ranging from the creation of traditional Chinese medicine, including acupuncture, to the introduction of wooden houses, the bow and arrow, bronze coins, and a written language. The knowledge and technologies he gave to the ancient people were so immense that he became known as the founder of Chinese civilization. Comparing the Yellow Emperor with other civilizational bringers all across the world, one can discern a pattern where these figures are often credited with introducing critical advancements to society. All of this would essentially mean that the advanced megastructures found all across China were the works of a far more ancient civilization, a civilization lost to time and missing from our history books. One of the more controversial discoveries in China are the so-called Baigong pipes. The enigma of Mount Baigong's mysterious pipes remains one of the unresolved mysteries of the past decade. In 1996, a research expedition found around 24 pipes with diameters ranging from 1 to 50 inches, or 2 to 40 centimeters, embedded in the rock formations, suggesting an intricate man-made structure. These perplexing objects have sparked widespread media attention but have yet to be scrutinized by rigorous scientific study. Theories about their origins are abundant and varied, with suggestions ranging from an ancient water system to an advanced lake drainage mechanism. Chemical analysis of the pipes indicated a high content of iron oxide, alongside significant amounts of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide. Remarkably, the artifacts were estimated to be over 5,000 years old, predating the known advent of iron smelting in China. Public information about the Baigong pipes emerged in June 2002 when a Chinese newspaper published an article claiming the discovery could challenge the entire narrative of human history. Following this, other publications sensationalized the pipes as remnants of technologically advanced structures, captivating public interest. During a search for dinosaur fossils near Mount Baigong, a group of American scientists encountered several caves containing more peculiar objects. Among these were 2 rusty iron pipes, each about 40 centimeters, approximately 16 inches, in diameter. One pipe seemed to stretch from the mountain's peak into the cave, while the other descended from the cave's floor, suggesting they were part of an ancient system or mechanism. Of the 3 caves identified, 2 had collapsed, obscuring their contents. Later investigations in the area revealed additional pipes, approximately 12, with diameters ranging from 2 to 5 centimeters, roughly 1 to 2 inches, suggesting a complex and extensive network. Observers have noted that the pipes are complexly interconnected, suggesting their creators possessed highly advanced technology. These pipes were found near Lake Tosan, about 80 meters or 260 feet from Mount Baigong, with sizes ranging from a few centimeters to as thin as a few millimeters, similar to a toothpick. Some of these pipes were embedded in the lake's bottom or protruding above its surface. Despite their discovery, they have yet to attract significant scientific scrutiny and are seldom mentioned in academic circles. Among the conjectures is the idea that the pipes are part of an ancient water management system, possibly linked to a pyramid-like structure which is speculated to have stood 50 to 60 meters, or around 200 feet tall on the mountain, featuring triangular shafts and wells leading down its sides. This hypothetical pyramid is thought to have channeled water from Lake Tosan through the complex network of pipes. Serious discussion about the origins of the Baigong pipes necessitates a detailed chemical examination. One of the few to conduct such an analysis is Chinese scientist Liu Shaolin, who found that the pipes mainly consist of iron oxides, calcium, and silicon, with about 8% of the materials unidentified. Liu's research suggests that the pipes might be calcite formations or pseudomorphs, where minerals replace organic matter like wood roots over time, akin to the fossilization process. This theory is supported by atomic spectroscopy studies in 2003 which detected organic compounds and growth rings, indicating the pipes are natural formations, not artifacts of advanced technology. Despite these findings, the mystery deepened when, in 2007, the Chinese Seismological Bureau reported significant radioactivity in some pipes, adding another layer of intrigue. If the pipes are really natural formations, why would they have radioactive properties? The complete story of the Baigong pipes remains partially told, with their precise nature and origin still awaiting further exploration and scientific inquiry. Although it's most likely that the so-called pipes are actually just natural formations, created by ancient trees that fell down and were calcified and fossilized, we still know for certain that the young Shan Quarry with its gigantic stone block, the cave networks carved with advanced technology, and all the hundreds of pyramids scattered across China are all man-made constructions. All of these megastructures alone are enough for us to conclude that there really was an advanced ancient civilization that resided in what is now China. Who this civilization was still remains a mystery. If you want to dive into a journey of advanced lost technology and sophisticated megastructures, you can watch our 2-hour documentary on the pre-Egyptian artifacts and technologies, in which we explore several sites and pieces that we believe were built by a civilization far more sophisticated than the dynastic Egyptians. The link is in the top pinned comment.